Assassination creates.
Yo. 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 Yo.
What's going on, everyone? It's David Palmer, Leo King, and Dr. Ann Wohlcke here for History in the Stars. Going into the American Civil War and the Neptune in Aries Ingress. Looking forward to doing this one. We are about to go into Neptune having its ingress into Aries in a month. So it's perfect time to have the best historian there is, Dr. Ann Wohlcke, in the house. What's going on? How are you, Ann?
Hello, I'm just doing so wonderfully today on this Neptunian day where I have lost my cell phone and am really discombobulated, but here we are. So I guess my camera was not perfect.
Pisces season.
I always loved Pisces season. It's so pleasant and it's just out of control this time. I don't know what to do. I don't know which ends up. I don't know what people believe or what they don't believe. I can't figure out who my neighbors are. It's like we're on the eve of a civil war.
I mean, honestly, this show we've been working on for hours. And then Ann lost her phone, and then, so it's been very Pisces, but then it was just within the last 2 hours or an hour and a half now that, because we're on the subject of civil war in America and the history of it, and to try and correlate it with the planets and where they were, one of the biggest astrological, historical American history, but even what happened the time 2 times prior, because the 165-year transit was in the beginning of the 1530s with Henry VIII and him getting the annulment to be able to make the schism from the Catholic Church. So it's actually really potent. But I would say that the biggest event of all time, because within one day of Neptune ingressing into Aries, the day prior was the Civil War breaking out at Fort Sumter. So it's probably the best astrological exact transit that happened to the country that you could be like, well, that's a massive event, and it's just one planet moving into a new sign, and it triggers one of the biggest wars in American history and the definition of what the country became just in its first 100 years of birth, and Neptune in Aries comes in and bang, official, because there was a lot of stagnation and also a lot of movement to bring the Civil War and a lot of waiting to see what was going to happen, and then it just Neptune Aries comes in and it happens. So I know that we have a lot of fun, and you and I love doing English history so much, but I also me, I love American history. Mm-hmm. As a historian and as just citizen of America, have you ever, or maybe, I don't know, it's a good question, because of course you're really well studied on the English Civil War. Do you ever as a historian think that there's the possibility in your life of ever seeing a civil war in a country that you live in? Or is that, as an historian, do you ever go through things and be like, that would be crazy if I went through that? And is there maybe a little side historian, little sidebar you live through? Well, this is happening and that's happening, and maybe that could happen.
Well, at this point, I'm wondering, is the Roman Empire going to fall? Are we going to live through that much? But no, I don't have. I've never had a sidebar waiting for ticking off little historical events. I think to me, if I thought about the Civil War era, what I've always thought was, would I ever live through an assassination of a president?
Oh.
Right? Because that was always growing up, that's the thing that you heard about. And then Reagan was attempted to be assassinated, right? So to me, I always thought that would be just as weird as it got, was maybe a president would be assassinated. And then for some reason you get into this mindset, or, I mean, this is how, if you're a historian and you look back on time, and that's what's so interesting about today, the research that we've done, looking at newspapers and, and all of that from the period right before the Civil War and as it was breaking out, I was thinking today, if we talk about this as being the end of Neptune in Pisces, so we should be having similar media accounts or similar worries and weird things happening in society. Today, we would look at it and go, no, we're not those people. We're not like that. And I feel like as a historian, you see a lot of people in the past assuming that they're doing the right thing for history, no matter who they are.
Yeah.
You can look at the worst people of historical times, and they're convinced that they're doing the right thing. So there's absolutely no way. I think the one thing I have to say that I've learned over the last 5 years is that there's no way when you're living in the moment to know that you're on the right side of history. But because when you're walking around with Neptune and Pisces at the very end, everybody on all sides is saying, be on the right side of history.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that?
No, I think it's a great point you bring up. I think that also happens maybe under any transit, because I think you bring up a good point. Looking at history, it could be, even if you feel you're on the right side, it can be written differently, and the sway of whether it's governments or the sway of the people or the sway of just unpredictable events could turn things to where it might, neither side might be the right side either. Like, there's so many different ways it could be. I think that's where maybe astrology can help and assist. But I think you're right, even at the end of Neptune Pisces, that's where it gets really confusing is, and I love that we're going to show a lot of people this today, because Neptune in the traditional astrology rulership, of course, we can go in the spiritual part first. And there is a spiritual element of that time of Neptune and Aries really moving spiritualism and moving theology and moving Stoicism and all these new, but bringing some old stuff back, but like this really kind of like classical, like, you know, I would say it's actually a much more like defined spiritual community and authors and thought leaders that really blow a positive message that people can really find that's out of the norms. But at the same token, the end of Neptune and Pisces, the religious aspect takes, I mean, in this war, you could see that they both take the side that God's doing the right thing for those sides. They even use biblical scripture. But the propaganda is what Neptune also represents as well with media. And so back then, it's just like we've gone through now in this last 14 years of Neptune and Pisces is the change in media. You know, the fact that the printing press was way better in the 1800s, especially during the late 40s when it ingressed into Pisces, and by the end of 1861, it's transit in Pisces. Not only was it just newspapers, but we actually could communicate with Morse code and with telegraph and actually get information quicker back in those days. So it was the most connected at that time the world had ever been to information. So also propaganda spread like wildfire. And that's what we've lived through with the internet to the phone. Because if you go back to Neptune as it ingressed into Pisces in 2011 into 2012, you weren't watching YouTube on your cell phone. You weren't, you know, the Facebook app wasn't a Facebook app. It was a Facebook website that was like the mobile version. And it really was just to kind of like, I could check my notification just to see who somebody write back to me, or did somebody poke me? Like it was not like it is today, or even news. You know, Yahoo was the big one in town. You could go to yahoo.com on your phone and
you subscribe to the listservs and you get your email updates on everything. And, you know, we were just talking about when was the last time there was a conclave. I don't know why we're talking about that right now. But
because the Pope's unfortunately sick in the hospital.
And because I was thinking, I thought I remembered, because you said, well, they'll probably set up a live stream the next time so you could look at the smoke 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
And I said, I thought I remembered seeing it, but you were able to pull out from the internet history of, that was only 2005. And so they wouldn't have had a live stream yet. Or I guess if it had a camera on it, you'd be refreshing constantly. Where is it now? Where's the smoke?
Oh, that's a good point. It would be refreshed a lot.
So anyway, I think that's a really important point. The other thing about the Civil War is now that we've lived through also the introduction of AI during this period of time, I have to think about the introduction of photography. And we just take it for granted that, okay, the Civil War is the first war where you really see everything in photograph as well. And there are these pictures of Civil War battles after they've taken place.
Yeah.
And it would be the first time you'd have evidence of being able to see, you could be sitting in your plantation in the South and you're going to see what happened to the soldiers on the front lines. And it's the first time that could happen, although I'm sure they weren't publicizing that widely.
Right.
But it makes me think now that I'll bet people, even with photographic evidence at this time, and I have a good illustration of this, they were probably thinking, that's not real. Don't you think that's faked? Those are paintings. That's not a device that you can capture an image and film. I'm just thinking about living through the introduction of something like that. Even now, it makes you think of what was it like to be using that technology.
Right.
To be among the first people using it. But one of the funniest things was that after the Civil War, there was a rise in spiritualism, and I was doing some research on Mary Todd Lincoln just because I found it interesting as we were thinking of different topics. And she lost a child while they were in the White House.
Yeah.
Right? And so she had seances they had seances in the White House, and Abraham Lincoln did attend those too, trying to reach her child who had passed away. But after the Civil War and after her husband had been assassinated, she went to a photographer studio, I think in New York, and had some famous photographs done that are supposed to depict Abraham Lincoln. Right. And they were the faked spiritualist photographs that it gave a lot of comfort to people, but there was a huge rise in that kind of spiritualism after the Civil War also.
Yeah, and also because I'm glad you brought up the photography, because that was the Neptune Pisces biggest, I would say, innovation spiritually, was to be able to take a picture. I don't know if you remember, but when photography came out, the Native Americans didn't want it because they felt like it was stealing their soul or taking their soul away. So they actually were very phobic of taking pictures. And there was also not Native Americans that were also very phobic of and scared of getting their picture taken, because it was imagine for your first time seeing a picture as a human being and of other human beings, but one of yourself, and you have mirrors. But this is different. Like it's of a part of you at a place, and you can go back to it and always look at it. That would be mind blowing for humanity and its evolution at that time. But the spiritual part of life, I think, did come out because of photography at such a very big way. I mean, you asked today. We actually hooked up another camera to use some books, like we did in some of our older shows for many years, but when you had gone to the bathroom, I was like, oh, I almost pulled out that Reverend Christmas book where it's a reverend and he's connecting divine science and spiritualism together with parts of the Bible, because that was 1850, but it was like still that was Neptune Pisces. So those ideas, and also for a reverend to come out and be like, the divine science of these kind of occult practices, not using that term, but really showing things like light, things like the stars and what's happening up in the heavens above, and connecting it with biblical, but also trying to show people that maybe some of this scientific stuff isn't so bad because it's connected to something that's holy and divine. And so those kind of books are really sought after at that time, but it's not talked about more in like the mainstream newspapers and so forth. I feel like the newspapers at that time, which we'll show, of course, clippings, it's very like today.
It's overwhelming with the amount of information in the newspapers. And I spend most of my time researching 18th century newspapers when I look at them. And they are very to the point. It's like you get the paper, you get your information. Students are disappointed whenever we look at 18th century newspapers because there's not any good information. There's no pictures. I was sitting here looking through the 19th century newspapers thinking, how did people have attention spans, first of all, where they could read that much information? Because today, no, we would just be scrolling away so fast. But so we get paragraphs of what people thought about Abraham Lincoln, for example.
Right.
And so there's just like many, many ways to put him down in the South, and people just making their cases. Is that a Neptune in Pisces or Aries? Because I guess it's going to Aries. Is it people using media to prove their point and to try to convince people?
Yeah, I would say it's more Pisces, because that's really what the newspapers and the political cartoonists did through the 1856 election, especially that 1860 election. But the way, because I have my family letters from on the Oregon Trail, and it's really interesting to see my fourth great grandfather, digging for gold and trying to get my fourth great grandmother, and he's writing to her for years. Like, once I get the gold, I'll be able to come back and get you on a wagon train, and I'll hope you'll marry me. He's trying to swoo her. But when he finds out of Lincoln's assassination, that's like one of the letters I found the most interesting is, he wasn't political. A lot of people weren't political. They were like, most of the nation was more apolitical, just kind of, this is the president, whatever, and I support whatever's going on and following that. And he was in California, so it was like, I can't believe they got rid of Abe Lincoln, like whoever did that. Well, actually, we know, right? It was Booth, right? Like, I hope they kill him. Like, he writes that in the letter.
Yeah, and he was a Quaker. Yeah. That's what's so crazy.
Well,
about that.
Son of Quakers, yeah.
So he's of Quaker culture, but he was writing to his wife or his future wife, right? Who was a Quaker.
Yeah, she was also. They were the generation that said bye-bye, because my fifth great grandfather, who came on the trail, right, Robert Hall Palmer, like, he was the last. They left because of the Civil War and the division that was happening. So they came west, and then his son, John, he was the one who was like, all right, I'm going to go dig for gold. And he was not, he drank whiskey. He was doing his thing. And she was kowtowing around trying to find. She was actually dating an officer in the Union Army.
What?
Yeah. So she was getting like intel. So I have some of the letters of her, like, little intel back, but it wasn't a lot. It was like a line or two. But that's the thing, is the newspapers were the thing to get any info that you could share in a letter to somebody, because the post was really powerful in those days. Mm-hmm. And so to be able to have a talking point for a letter was the newspaper.
Yeah.
So that's what I noticed through going through all my family history, is like, wow.
We should have got those letters.
Especially like American history. It's like that's like, wow, okay, everything's always about some letter or something heard about what's going on with the gold there. And no, there's actually gold here, but like there was propaganda about, not being gold when there was actually a lot of gold, So there's a lot that happened in that. But I would say the people try to persuade in Pisces because it's a consciousness reflection about an unconsciousness, whether that's in yourself. The worst is when you attach it to another. So we have to be empathetic in Pisces, or Neptune's about the planet of empathy. The opposite of empathy is trying to convince somebody that you're unconscious and I'm the one with the conscious, understanding.
So I'm the one that's channeling the divine. It's
correct.
I'm the one in tune with what God wants, or what's destiny, or providence is one that you see in the previous Neptune in Pisces, I think. Yes,
very much so. Yeah, because that's 16, of course, the witch trials in 1692 is Neptune Pisces too. But there's something about that conscious, unconscious part, but also Pisces or Neptune too deals with unconscious / subconscious, right? So it's almost like the subconscious just leaking out with the unawareness of the subconscious tendency. So if you were raised super religious and for the union, right, you're going to, of course, write that way or talk that way. Or if you're in the South, I love the book Gone with the Wind. I have the original, but the movie's better in my opinion because it shows the Southern way. The controversial movie, to be honest with you, but it also was still one of the best movies of all time because nobody's ever had the guts to really kind of show what the Southern viewpoint was of why they were fighting for the lifestyle. It was more than just slavery, even though that was their main point. We have all those to show, but it was the lifestyle too, the weather, to the way the Southern Dixie lifestyle was, and that they looked at Yankees, people in the North, as intellectuals that were in bad weather and unhappy people.
Yeah, and they probably thought that they were motivated by radical ideas that were taking them away from civil order, right? Because when we've looked at their views on abolitionists, often it's that they're radical people who are trying to completely disrupt society. They think of it as a revolutionary. They think that's the insurrection,
Right, which is funny because in the actual beginning of the Civil War, when Neptune does come into Aries, it's considered in the writings of Abraham Lincoln an insurrection on Fort Sumner. So it's really weird because they put that in a different context to make people understand it differently on websites now, but the actual words were insurrection. And and I think that's what's weird is we're also in this time period where some people look at it as January 6th as an insurrection, some people don't. The same way that in the South, people looked at it as not an insurrection. And so you can look at it in all these weird ways. I think the thing that I think stands out the most is because pictures were the new thing of that period in photography is the picture of the inauguration of Abraham Lincoln, which is when the Capitol is not even fully built yet. It's so where America was, like the Capitol building's being built, it's almost finished, but the whole top is still not built. And yet now 7 states have chosen to secede in the middle from the election to the inauguration. And it's very Neptune Pisces because the point I think that you and I had come to a good consensus with that we want to make is this is really about Neptune theme. Propaganda, media, but assumption, right? So the assumption that Lincoln was going to be such a bad president and that Republicans taking control of the federal government was going to be the end of the Southern way, that before there even was a president inaugurated, the 7 states choose to secede and others stay neutral to kind of see what's going to happen. And so the union's already divided in many ways, but not fully in a war yet. But there's already, states coming and banding together to form their own country and using the original Articles of Confederation. That's why you hear it as the Confederates or the Confederate States of America, and have a president. And just a week and a half before March the 4th, on February 23rd of 1861, Abraham Lincoln had to be secretly escorted into Washington because there was threats against his life. And he had to wear a normal, like, soft cap, and he had to be, like, brought in on a secret train.
It's interesting that around that time is when I think he first grew his beard. And the story was, the girl said, "Oh, you would look better with a beard," so he grew one, but maybe it was because he was going incognito. But he was so tall. What's interesting is a lot of what we were looking at in the newspapers, because I was trying to find newspapers where they were mocking him. And in a lot of them, most of them, it's always how tall he is and how awkward he seems. So I feel like he would have stuck out anywhere he went. People would know it was him.
Well, I think it's really weird because they say, like, a soft hat. He always wore a top hat. And when you look in the crowd, it's like there's a lot of top hats.
Yeah.
But, I guess if you were really trying to assassinate somebody, which I think that's interesting about Abraham Lincoln, is that there was multiple ideas of assassination prior to him becoming the president. And then, of course, when he won his second term, and before that second term began, he right there, boom, right? So I think it's right as the second term started, like right there. So that's what's really weird to me, is he had so many of those assassination attempts. And you said maybe in your life to see a president like be assassinated, right? I mean, the same Neptune is as when this was going on is what happened to Trump, right?
Yeah, we really should have seen an assassination. I'm not saying we should have. I'm just saying, and I know there's people who think it was all staged and all of that, and I'm acknowledging that. But okay, let's say it happened. And you've said the astrology shows that it most likely did happen, that he was actually shot with a bullet, right?
Right.
But I mean, when you look at that footage, he really was he should have been shot. Like, it was that freak accident, or the freak way that he turned his head that he's talked so much about. But, it is something that should have that was lined up. It would have happened. I mean, in a different way from when Reagan was shot, right?
Right, on a street corner out of a bank.
That was, survivable, right? And somebody else did die, right? Or was permanently...
Well, the Reagan one was really bad because the media didn't have all the info, because the White House was kind of lying and saying, no, this president is okay. And then, hours later, no, he's not okay. And, oh, now he actually has been shot. Oh, now they're having to perform surgery by the nighttime. People are like, is it gonna, right? So that was weird about Reagan. But about the Trump one, I mean, there was people who died that were in the place where they were trying to shoot him. But the other one is that it's weird because Trump wears a hat.
Oh, right.
And so that's the weird thing about the hat thing being part of Abraham Lincoln, whether it was getting him to get into the Washington, D.C. to be inaugurated, hidden from Illinois, he had to come in, or the assassination that actually did happen to Lincoln when he was at the theater and he was shot in the booth, like, when he had his top hat on. I mean...
Did he have his hat on when he was shot? Because wouldn't it have been disrespectful to keep it on? I wonder.
I don't know.
But you know what? While you're looking for that, show this picture.
Yeah.
I found the Spiritualism picture of Mary Todd Lincoln, and it says it was done in 1872 in Fort Wayne, Indiana, is where the photographer was. So I just think it's really interesting to look at how that's the Photoshop of their time. But it would have been...
That is a really intense picture.
Yeah. So if anything else, you can
I almost feel like the first pictures from photography that we know of, because there's some evidence that maybe there was photography in the Renaissance period, just a different way of using it, but...
There were the...
Right.
The light boxes,
yeah, right.
That you could trace really.
But I feel
well.
like the pictures that are the first photography pictures are more powerful than like the higher quality ones we have today. Like I feel there's something like really captivating and more, because it's long exposure too. It's not like a snapshot. Like those people had to sit there for hours
I know
for the bulb to expose that
when you
long.
look at your old photos of family members and you're
Yeah.
like, who's that really mean looking one? And it's probably
It's just
they're just trying to sit there still.
yeah, exactly. You don't. The reason why people didn't smile is because you're not going to smile for that long.
But yeah, I feel like haunting is the way to describe this picture. And there are so many pictures like this throughout the 1870s. It's just, so was that still Neptune and Aries then? As people are kind of healing, or?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's really weird is it's a very different world, Neptune Aries, that comes. But the carryover of the Pisces things like photography and stuff, it just starts to actually find more of a direction with it. And then, of course, like there's something about leadership, because Aries is about leadership, that becomes like the spiritual way. So spiritual, people are looking for people that are spiritual is based off leadership. It's not based off the kind of, we like to say in the more fun way, kind of the really like light and fluffy spiritual stuff. That's been the Neptune Pisces part. But that goes away with Neptune Aries. And I mean, for example, to go back to the assassination of Lincoln, you're right. Of course, you're an historian, so he wouldn't have his hat on indoors. But, like his hat was off. So the one thing that was off that actually he was trying to hide himself with by being a soft cap, which back then would have just been more of like, not like a ball cap. There wasn't ball. It would have been more of just a soft, smaller hat, not a top hard hat. But that's what's interesting is like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of one of the, he would have looked like, yeah. And I think that's what's in, like, so there's a picture of Abraham Lincoln. That would have been Neptune and Pisces, probably. I don't know. Or maybe that would have been him as president.
Always looks like he's always been thinking really hard about things. And
oh, no, this is a photograph in February 5th, 1865. So this is Neptune Aries well into it now by 4 years. Why it's, there we go. Yeah, that's him 4 years in. That's right before he got assassinated.
Wow.
That's where it's kind of cryptic, right? Because it's right before he died. But I think what's weird is that, if you look at all this history, so I kind of have a summary of things, and then I want to show the astrology to people to kind of understand where we're going, because there was so much, the deep research on this was very intense. So, yeah, that's women during Civil War. And then I was like...
Do you want to show some pictures from Antietam while you're doing that?
Yeah, here.
Because this is really, I think this was 1862. So it's really one of the first ways photography is.
Yeah, and so a good example is like Neptune comes into Aries 1861, then it comes back into Pisces like it's going to do this year, and then 1862 it fully stays into Aries. So, it tiptoes us into this world, and I think one of the main points is the South and the North did not expect a long war.
Right.
They really actually didn't think it was going to be more than the scuffle at Fort Sumner, and that was, or that it would just be like, okay, a couple standoffs, and then maybe they're going to just stay down there, and we're going to be up here. Like nobody thought it would turn into the long war it did. So that's an interesting Aries Neptune thing is going to be, oh no, it's just going to be this, and it's not. Neptune is wide and farther and more distant than you think. So sometimes we feel now, oh, this is taking forever. When we're going to go in the opposite, like this won't take that long, and it's going to take longer than it really takes.
Could I ask you from an astrological perspective of what's happening? So I can understand Neptune in Pisces being that all-encompassing kind of lots of ideas about being connected spiritually to whatever, and many different ideas because of Jupiter and
Neptune,
Neptune.
making the
So-
conjunction in Pisces, if it has that, which we did in 1856, and then we had in 2022.
I wasn't even thinking of that. I guess I was just thinking of the combination.
The two
of those
rulers
two.
of Pisces, yeah.
So when you get to Mars, is it that it's kind of more like a laser focus, or what happens with Mars and Neptune?
Oh, so I mean, that's Mars and Neptune is actually a really difficult conjunction to be born under, because it usually makes people's, whether it's their anger or whether it's their charge for desire, lose focus, meaning the focus being subconscious driven or motivations that have the wrong intent or the wrong perspective. Especially when it comes, like Aleister Crowley wrote a lot about the first, he was one of the first Neptune astrologers to really write about it. And in Aries, it's just like the worst combination he feels, because it's, you know, whether it's war and the, you know, oh yeah, this is like, think of the Confederates, like this idea that these eventually 11 states, by the time all 11 can secede, 50% more of the population's in the North, right? And it's a federal government, right? Where they're starting with just states again, going backwards. So that's Neptune going backwards, and then thinking they're going to win, right? So Mars Neptune people, when he also talks about alcohol or drugs, right? The worst addicts in the world are Mars and Neptune conjunct. So if you think about Neptune and Aries, you know, what's the biggest thing that happened in the ideas of prohibition were right before the Civil War. And then the Civil War happened, and that's what kept troops okay. So it was like, oh, let's get rid of that idea. So then what happens is during the Civil War, you know, the apple cider that's just kind of innocently for breakfast, lunch, and dinner that's in a barrel in front of your house on your land turns into, by the time the Civil War ends and Reconstruction, I mean, the country's a bunch of drunks. Right. So
Plus they had issues with opium addiction after,
yeah,
with the veterans who'd been injured in the war as well. And
well, yeah, and that's the harsh part of Neptune and Aries is, so if you think about like compassion, bedside medical, think of the Civil War, right? It's gruesome. You have gangrene. Let's just get the axe out. Let's chop off your leg or your arm, and let's just throw some salt on it and wrap it up, and you're okay. You're good to go. So there was a lot of amputees, and then even the muskets that were done at that time, they were still carrying over. Some people still had bayonets from the old way. Not everybody, but there were people with bayonets. So there's a lot of that stabbing. And so, yeah, Neptune and Aries is very, it loses a lot of its compassion. That's going to be the hard part. So when it's at home in Pisces, it becomes too compassionate, to where I feel like what we've seen in the world politically is like the boundaries of compassion. Like, okay, everybody is trying to be treated fairly, but where does that go too far when it's trying to pick a marginalized group and give them too much energy, right? Like, it's like, we need to have compassion for all people and all things, but not pick one group and make them the most marginalized and the one that needs the most help, the one that needs the most compassion, because then it kind of takes away from the society of other people who need it, and so people can be forgot about. Well, Neptune and Aries kind of throws all that out the window. And if you think about the way that the government was run, as you know, you checked as well, back then the Congress would only meet just a couple times a year if it was really needed. There was lots of recesses. That's before the war.
Pretty nice, actually, wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
Congress just, came in and did their business, and they went home. And
but it's almost like the Civil War brings the Congress together more and more and more than normal. Yeah. So actually, the way that people go to Congress, is like a 5-day-a-week situation, is because of the Civil War. Like, becomes we have to figure this out. We need to stick together. The union has to be figured out. All these things. There's a war. It's also, if you think of just that habeas corpus that we have as a right in the Constitution, and to have it taken away by Lincoln right away within the first month of Neptune and Aries, it's taken away.
It's everything that they were predicting in the newspapers about how he would be a tyrant. I mean, that's what's so funny is that
Right.
A lot of things people were saying, oh, this is what's going to happen, and getting everybody all scared about it and wanting to join this cause. It happened. But you know what's interesting, looking through some newspapers, and I didn't save this one. I saw one in which Lincoln said, we need to stop talking about this. It was right before the inauguration. He's saying we need to stop talking about the possibility or the fact that the union's falling apart because we're just making it happen. And I thought, wow, he was talking about manifestation.
Right.
But yeah, he was aware, I guess, of needing to try to focus on the positive end result. So.
Yeah, I have some newspapers here. Like this was Harper's Weekly. This is February of 1861. This is the New York Times, June 10th of 1861. And so this would have now been a Northern newspaper or Union newspaper at that point. The New York Herald. So again, that's another New York. It's a Northern one. Here's a second Dispatch. Charleston, South Carolina, April 12th. The firing has continued all day uninterruptedly. 2 of Fort Sumter's guns have been silenced, and it's reported that a breach has been made in the southeast wall. So, like, it's interesting that this is like where like the people are getting the actual dispatches that the military is doing and what's happening, as if it was like a play-by-play that you could read about. We don't do that today. That's all secret, top secret clearance. But back then, hey, can I write what you're dispatching? Sure. And putting it out to the public. So then they're like, and who knows how much of that's true, right? Or verified. But that's what's really interesting about some of these newspapers back then. Here's some other Cincinnati ones of during the Civil War. Or this was the one that was the most interesting. Was then 2 days before the Civil War, that the media is the one who propagated the Civil War because they said Fort Sumter had been attacked by the Confederate Army, war has begun, but nothing had happened yet on April 10th. So that's where we have to be careful in these times of what kind of comes up is the hysteria and the things that the media leads people into. Harper's Weekly, it's interesting because they really took the time to draw. So cartoons back then were more than political, but they were about like actual events. And so they had professional draw people that were journalists, and they actually took the time to actually do a painting or a painting, right? That would be the way for you to see something, but they were very dramatic and very edgy, to say the least.
I had found also some like this. I had this chart drawn up here of just trying to showcase 3 of the major cities where there was a lot written about the Civil War. And I was just curious about the extent of the newspapers, if we could really compare it to the social media today.
That's a great comparison.
And so this is 1860. I was wondering, okay, how many people are actually able to read? And it shows in different areas how many people are literate and how many newspapers there were. So over 15 daily newspapers by mid-century and many weeklies in New York City. Around 93% literate, the adult population, a high literacy. They have 15 dailies, right? So 15 daily papers.
Wow, yeah.
And so many of the newspapers in these times too, you had your morning edition and your evening edition. So it is basically like being able to turn on the TV and get your news, or now we just constantly are checking our phones. So obviously it wasn't that much, as much as what we have now. So Richmond, 80 to 85% of the free white population are literate. 4 daily newspapers, and then I thought I had asked it to do the leanings, but of course, these are going to all be pro-Confederacy.
Yeah, they're going to go off when the states make their decisions to secede, which Virginia was after Lincoln was inaugurated. So, and then Robert E. Lee was part of Virginia, so he joins the Confederacy. So that's, I think, the one that really, I think, kind of makes it more. That's a Neptune Aries thing. Because, yeah, 7 states seceded, but they weren't, the cotton was a big part of it, but it was like not until Virginia, which is bordering Washington, D.C., and that was always what Washington had the debates about where Washington, D.C. would be placed, because Hamilton, or no, it was, I forgot, it was, he had a big scuffle with, I think it was Jefferson or something about where it should be. And they wanted it more south in Virginia. And he's like, no, we're going to keep it up here in where Washington, D.C. is now by the Potomac. So if it would have been more south, maybe the Civil War would have been won by the South. That's what's really weird.
Yeah. So
I think that's a great way to look at it, because the South looked at the Northerners, the Yankees, the term, of course, that they were smart, and they acknowledge how smart they are, but they looked at that as like a bad thing. So there was also a lot of resentment for that too. Like, they were smart people, and you know, they don't understand our way of life. And I think that's where let me do the astrology to show first, because I think that's going to be important here. Especially then, and then what we're about to come into, which is kind of intense, actually, just to think about. So Neptune's first ingress into Aries, and this was our last time that we had it cross 0 Aries, which that's the other part about a Neptune in Aries, is it hits the 0 point, the beginning of the chart. And then Neptune's the ruler of Pisces, so it's the last sign, and it comes to the last degree of the zodiac, then it becomes the very beginning. So there's a new beginning, and it's a very hot point, and it's, you know, it is the strongest point in a chart. So Neptune going there, the last time we had an outer planet cross there was Fukushima with Uranus, right? The exact day, within hours.
the same day that Neptune's
That Uranus, the last outer planet crossed in our life, was Uranus.
Was that same day.
That exact day, within hours, boom, Japan has the earthquake, Fukushima happens. And as I think every astrologer around the world, you know, went, oh, this is going to be crazy tomorrow, whatever happens, right? You know, like Uranus rules earthquakes. And so, you know, it was kind of like, that's on your mind, but, oh, okay. And then like the amount of intensity that one was. I think people need to take more into context. Like, we're about to have an event that big, whether you like it or not, in scope as far as the effect it has on the world, and the energetic vibration of an outer planet hitting 0 Aries is a big deal. The last time we did was Uranus, and it was Fukushima. So Neptune, April 13th, the day after the Civil War begins. I mean, so it's right on the same, I mean, it's within the 24-hour period. And so I can annotate that for people to see where it's at right here, Neptune, Aries, ingressed.
Well, what else shows on this chart that a war in particular is breaking out?
Well, one, it's Aries. Aries rules war. So Neptune coming in there.
But is there anything else with the other transits too that
yeah, I mean, one big one to me is this Mars-Uranus conjunction in Gemini, and the moon that was crossing into Gemini to hit those two, which that's the other outer planet following Neptune in Aries. That'll be, you know, at the end of March. By July 7th, we're going to have Uranus ingress into Gemini. In America, 1776, that was, Uranus was in Gemini, and that the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, and then World War II. So here we are in our fourth turning, and the fourth turning really is based off Uranus. So this fourth turning in America, you know, every time we enter into our major wars, and that's also because Mars and Uranus are in America's chart. Gemini. And so if you think about it, like we just got out of a Mars retrograde in Cancer, so we've got a couple years till Mars comes around. And that's what's kind of weird, because I don't think it's going to be nothing looks exactly the same way, right? You have to really know how to read between those kind of exact lines, but look at the common threads. And so the common thread is the divisiveness in the country. And I think that, you know, that Neptune in Aries does bring out an event that causes a split to happen and people start to define a side. It's not so back and forth, very Pisces. Right? So people, you know, even with 7 states seceded at that point, it was still in this unknown zone. You know, people are like, well, we'll see if Lincoln comes in. If it's, you know, even those southern states are like, I don't know. I guess is Jefferson Davis going to be our president? I mean, I don't know. You know, people are kind of.
But they were just carrying on. That's what I was surprised. Since I am not an American historian, I'm looking with my historian eyes at the 19th century newspapers from that time, and I was surprised all the way back to, I guess, November, right after the election. I started to look, and people are already talking about seceding, or then later, a few months later, they have seceded, and they're just setting up their own government, and they're meeting, and they're proclaiming things and passing their own acts and trying to figure out their currency and just getting to the business of, that's it, we're leaving. Right?
Yeah, I mean, a way that I could use a modern example that's happening right now that's being recorded in history is since Trump won his second term, the amount of people that were Democrats that left Twitter, X, for example, right? And then this Blue Sky app comes out saying it's about, you know, being for all people, but it's called Blue Sky, 1. 2, you go on Blue Sky, there's not the other side talking, you know what I mean? It's only the Democrats talking. So there's a secession on the internet that happens, or there's bumper stickers now that people have Teslas that go, I bought this before I knew Elon was the worst human in the world, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Right, so you're seeing people choosing the sides of what car they are going to buy now, or what social media app they're on. So Reddit now is like a big place. If you know, there's a secession from, I'm not going to be on these platforms because the tech industry was with Trump, right? So I want to be on an app that's not Facebook, that's not Instagram, because that's Meta, right? And Zuckerberg was there, and then Elon Musk is there, so that's X, right? But it's funny because they'll go on YouTube, but ironically enough, the CEO of YouTube was there, of Google was there. So, you know, it's like, but they don't think about that one. But, you know, we're seeing those kind of things. And then I think the biggest one is like, you have to look at, so to do the historical aspect of things, right, properly. So I had a quick summary made that makes it easy for us. Okay, so right here. So that road to the Civil War. Now, because we're right now where it would have been February into April of 1861, we have to remember that you're right. The election happens in November, and the second that Lincoln wins, which he did not win one of the southern states, but it still didn't matter, he won. That's where states start coming up with the idea of doing, you know, we need to get the other states together and do a convention. And so, but states on their own start doing secession. And it was mainly off the fear of the Republican control. Lincoln's election in 1860 convinced the South that they had lost influence in the federal government. Though Lincoln had no intention of abolishing slavery outright, his opposition to its expansion alarmed Southern leaders. So that's the Neptune fog of Pisces. And I see that kind of happening now. It's like, Trump's a fascist. He's Hitler. He's a dictator. So look at him. He's a dictator, right? So the guy's not even in the office yet, and people were saying that, right? But
Same thing was
or
happening here.
he's going to ban abortion, right? So like, abortion hasn't even come up. That's what's really weird. That was the thing that was running the hardest, right? He's going to ban abortion. No, you don't even hear abortion being talked about.
Well, you do hear it being talked about, people still bringing it up that it's going to be taken away, but it hasn't been.
Correct.
Yet.
So that was and even Trump said, I would not sign a bill that would ban a national abortion. The same way that Lincoln said he wouldn't ban slavery. And then he actually does, before even being the president, as a president-elect, goes to Congress, and Congress, bipartisan, makes an amendment that would never allow for existing states that have slavery to take it away from them. And they still all secede. So to me, it's kind of the question of, is it really the foolishness, or is it like the subconscious of like, we kind of want our own way of doing things and we don't want to be part of this anymore?
Yeah. I always wonder, is it that people just can't stop the momentum of when they're believing something and talking about it so much, can they just not stop and change their minds? I'm a Libra, so I'm good at that, I guess. Maybe that's why I don't get it. But I just don't, that's the part I don't get.
Right.
But I mean, even if like right at this period, or no, I guess it's a little before that, I have this newspaper here. I want to show it because I keep getting logged out because I don't show them. But this is from November 15th, 1860.
Oh, yeah. So it's like a week and a half after the election.
And this is the Yorkville Inquirer. I think it's in South Carolina. A voice from Virginia. We copy the following from the Richmond Inquirer. It is gratifying to hear these sounds of encouragement. We assure our contemporary that South Carolina is going to act for herself and act too with prompt decision. South Carolina knows that the entire Republican Party, even in its moderate wing, stands pledged to use all their power to circumscribe slavery and put it in a fair way for extinction. Then it will be altogether unwise for the South to trust either to the presumed moderation of Abraham Lincoln or to the presumption of his infidelity to his own party. The idea of submission to a black Republican rule or under any pretext is as dangerous as it is degrading. The only question to be decided at this moment is that which concerns the most effectual mode of repelling aggression. So they're already portraying in the newspapers.
Right.
We just elected this guy who is not going to be moderate, even though he's trying to say that. And they're ready for the only thing is the aggression, right? We should have a convention of the state of Virginia. Their plans can't stop.
And I just want to show, right after Trump won, California governor calls special session to protect liberal policies from Trump presidency, and calls a special session in the state Senate that's going to move and change laws to make it to where the federal government can't do its own job that it's legally able to do. It's the same thing.
But even the way it says, meanwhile, attorneys general, like down there. Attorneys general in blue states across the country announced they were also gearing up for a legal fight.
Right. It's the same thing.
Definitely, we are on the side of these states, right?
I mean, it's really, really odd because it's the exact same situation. And so I actually have the articles of what just happened February 4th. So this was less than a month ago. So California Assembly approves $50 million to defend immigrants and protect state policies from Trump plans. But there was also, and people might not believe this, so I'm going to do it. California bill to secede 2026. Here we go. The idea known as Calexit has existed for some time, but gained most attention after Donald Trump was elected in 2016. Well, now a fringe group of California separatists have once again started the effort of getting California to leave the United States and form an independent nation. This time around, people were still watching votes come in on election day, and now Trump's face makes it real in a way that we can't explain to the average Californian. His reelection absolutely has nothing to do with this. I think it's a proposal like this becomes more mainstream. So it's weird because the California Constitution states that it will always be part of the Union, and it was actually that Constitution that was formed during the Civil War that it will never leave the Union. So they run into a constitutional issue of the state. And they want to put it in the elections for 2026 and the midterm ones, and they have to submit the signatures by 2025. So people they don't talk about this because I don't think they want people to kind of know. But California is already putting on the ballot, if they get the signatures, to secede from the Union and go against the Constitution of the state, which is illegal. So it's already happening. Same thing in Illinois with what they're trying to do, right? Because it's really weird that they're using the immigration of illegal immigration and that they need to work. So it's, again, I know it's not slavery, but there's an interesting connection with this. We are here to protect these people that are workers, that aren't getting normal wages, that we say we treat them good because we give them money, but really they live in the most poverty places.
There is something strange.
It's very weird to me. It's sad to say, but it's really...
I mentioned this before. I don't know if it was about this particular topic. I think it was just Pluto and Aquarius. But right now there are a lot of things coming up about labor and what's going to be the role of AI. But at this period of time, those issues came up also with who's going to be working in the factories. But also, I mean, in the cotton fields, cotton stuff, right? Because that was the big industry that New Yorkers were also tapped into, right?
Yes.
But you were looking up earlier other things that happened around 1861, and it's the emancipation of the serfs.
Yes. All the way on the other side of the world.
So, is that a Neptune and Pisces thing?
Yes. So the global events, the one that I thought was the biggest was Italy unified. So the Kingdom of Italy was proclaimed under King Victor Emmanuel II, while the U.S. was splitting, Italy was coming together. But it's this redefining of things, and wherever the Neptune kind of like void is. So like Italy was in a void of what country it was going to be in definition, and so Italy finally got defined. The Russian serfs were freed, the 23 million of them, and the low labor, they were treated like slaves, and they finally got freedom. It's very relatable to the struggle of the slavery then. And then the Polish national uprisings with the Russians, that any thoughts or people trying to uprise were crushed, right? So that Neptune and Aries, you see that in Europe right now. Like, look, they just took off the encryption on Apple devices in the United Kingdom. So you can't protect your data. Not only is it about what you post anymore, but what you have on your phone, they can come and black bag you, which is really crazy to me. Or even there was just a bill today, or was it yet? I think it was today. It's a bill of foreigner Foreigners Act about American freedom. It was just today. It was some crazy bill that's gonna basically say that if you're a European country and you try to ban one of our companies that do freedom of speech, you as a diplomat and as the country's government are never allowed on American soil. Because it is kind of crazy what's happening in Europe right now.
Right.
That to me, it's like the what happened with the Russians in Poland, and at the same time, the United Kingdom is truly becoming Orwellian at this point, like real hardcore, and that's really scary because now you retweet something, you post something, and now they don't even need that if it's on your phone, saved in your photos, saved in your text, like. And so Apple, instead of giving the government the data, they just said, okay, we're not going to allow people to encrypt it anymore. So you guys can do whatever you want, but we're not going to be giving you the people's data. And I think that people need to respect America for that we actually don't give the data to the other countries to do bad shit on people. I mean, I'm not saying the government doesn't do that, but like the companies that are these social media companies, they won't give it to the foreign governments.
You talked about some of this on Full Disclosure on Friday with Natalie, and I was thinking while you were talking about the era of the Cold War and the Stasi, the East German police, during the Cold War, they had files and files. Like I've done lectures on this. I can't remember how many miles of files they had on people, and they had to literally go and listen and wiretap and take notes of what people were saying, and then they used it against them if they needed to, right? But they had all those backlogs of information,
right?
And the fact that you've got situations where people's personal information is not being protected, that you can take, now you've got your device that's absorbing everything, so we don't need a Stasi anymore.
Right.
Right? But if you've got companies that aren't protecting the data anymore, or that you've got governments that aren't allowing the protection or are trying to get around that, is a really nightmare situation, to be obvious about what I'm saying.
It is a nightmare situation. I feel like that's where we're at, is that the world comes into, maybe it's not a nightmare, but Neptune does have a hypnotic effect, and in Aries it becomes very in your face, literally face. It deals with the face too. It's the head. So everything becomes about your head, and it's funny because just like the picture of Abraham Lincoln, what people sure he's tall, but it's that head, it's that hat, it's the beard, it's the right. So now the fascination of Neptune becomes on the face, right? So like this is also the time Neptune Pisces that carries into Aries, where we just have seen it again. Men all have beards again. I've said this since 2014, like 11 years I've been saying this. But like, to me, that's what's really interesting, because if you were to go back and I look at pictures of me from 2010 prior, and I don't know anybody with beards. You know, beards are like the one guy on the street who has just the big beard, and you kind of are like, yeah, that's Al. You know, like from Tool Time, from Tool Time, kind of like, that's Al from Tool Time, but like nobody has beards now.
The vice president has a beard.
Or then, right?
Yeah.
The beards are everywhere. And I think that's what's like another really weird.
And
Neptune.
The sideburns, isn't that?
Yeah, and the sideburns.
Burn sides, right?
Yeah, and so it stays in Aries too, but it becomes a little bit more cleaned up after the war, because if it's so big, it's kind of like, were you in the war? So it starts to end in Neptune Aries, and the cleanliness of the face and the spiritual part. So also, if you think of Neptune and Pisces, what we've lived through is the hippie look. And so like that's going to go away. Neptune Aries is going to be like, your spirituality is based off how clean cut you look. Not how messy you look.
That's Neptune and Aries.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here
So-
calculating back to, that's not the time of the English Civil War, because that's the 60s.
No, it's the 1860s and the 70s. So, that's where people start cleaning up, and that's where you start to see like maybe like the eyeglass, like hello, right? But it becomes to where the bigger the beard, the more you're either in the war or you're out in the fields, or you're out, and that society life kind of is defined by your face as a man. So, or because the West had happened, the whole, are you kind of a
mountain man?
Yeah, or somebody out West, like, on the trails, like, is it because you just haven't been in a shower for the last like 3 months? Right. So I think that this whole beard phase comes to its peak now, and then you see people cleaning up, and that includes with women too. Like just like this, like a more loose energy kind of goes away, becomes much more. All the cardinal signs deal with straightening up, having much more of a presentable energy. Where the mutable signs are where we. Well, he's a good teacher. I don't know. I don't care what he looks like, right? Like Sag or, Gemini. It's like, well, they're really smart. They're kind of cuckoo, but I like that, right? Or even Virgo. It's like, oh, yeah, well, some people, yeah, they might be OCD, but they don't look like they're OCD, right? Or Pisces, like, well, they're an artist or they're somebody, unique, but like spiritual. But no, and the cardinal signs, Libra, Capricorn, Cancer, and Aries is very about presentation, direction.
It's interesting because if I'm thinking about women's fashions, for example, if you think of Mary Todd Lincoln, actually I've seen the First Lady's exhibit at the Smithsonian. And
oh,
her
yeah,
dress,
I've been there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember, her dress has that really big skirt. I'm assuming it's from the first one, first inauguration. But then the more you go down that row, it's like the corsets become more restricting looking, right? Yeah. Where it's not about trying to get the hourglass figure so much as really looking like you're very straight, and the skirts start to get more streamlined. So I think I wonder when those hoop skirts went away. Now
I think though, if you look at the First Lady to what's his name? And he was like at the end of Neptune Aries, Glover Cleveland, because his wife was basically like his niece or whatever, or like daughter at one point. Like, she's so young when he gets in.
Yeah, is that Cleveland?
Which is really weird because Trump also is in a massive age gap by 30 years like Glover Cleveland was. The only presidents that served 2 consecutive terms, right? Separate terms, had massive 30-year age gap.
Was Mary Todd Lincoln younger as well, or no?
Not a whole 33 decades young, you know what I mean? But Glover Cleveland, he was like Trump too. I mean, like,
is that the one we looked at where he got married in the White House?
He got married in the White House, and she's in her 20s and he's 50 something.
No, he was the family.
He was like the family. He took over as the family guardian or whatever,
and then suddenly married her.
And then married her. I know, but it's the same. To me, it's like that's how. Okay. But if you look at the dresses, it probably was that way. And then, there's a little young 20-year-old that's First Lady. Like, look at her dress.
I need to.
But so anyway, to kind of go back to this, because where it gets weird about, I think what we just showed is like the secession, the way that the states work. It's much more nuanced right now. But it's happening because there's all these states that are fighting against before Trump's inaugurated, right? And so I think with what you see right now, this idea that the federal government is going to do massive cuts, and people feel that it's somewhat enshrined in the Constitution that these people need to stay, which to me is really insane. Like we have to have the federal government always look like this. So it's kind of an opposite thing, but there is kind of, I don't want to say it's slavery, but it is weird about workers that are illegal that just let them come in, let them decide whose child it is, and let them go to whoever, and then let them be illegal, let them work fields for cheap labor, don't let them get the same rates as anybody else, and then advocate for that. Like, who's going to clean up? Who's going to pick the strawberries? The same thing was said about the slaves with cotton. Who's going to pick your cotton? I mean, like, that's really pardon my French, but that's really fucked up. I really that really gets under my skin. Because people don't really look at what's happening. Like, oh, we like that they're illegal. They're saying that out loud.
No, they aren't saying that they're illegal. They're undocumented. And
well, they changed that, but technically they are illegal.
And then they're not saying that they don't. Or I don't. They're seeing it as a human rights issue instead of labor.
But what's crazy is there's the federal law of immigration law now, right? Back then it was just, let's say you get caught in a state. It says in Article 2 of the Constitution that, if you're a citizen and you get, you have a crime that you did in a state and you get caught in the other state, that other state has to bring you back to their state. That's been since 1788. So that Dred Scott case that happened in the years right before the Civil War took that away because it was a liberal Supreme Court. And so this idea of, oh, you're a slave and now you're in a free state on free soil. Well, you're illegal because you're a slave. You're not allowed to be free. So that you got to come back. Right. So that was, I think, kind of terrifying. And I think it's the same thing now where it's like, okay, we didn't really have like the federal immigration laws that we have now. But if you think about it, you go to a sanctuary city or a sanctuary state. Oh yeah, no, it's okay here. But if you go to another one, it's like, no, you're you're illegal. So it's dealing again with this whole, like, in our state, you can be our slave. And everywhere else, it's like, we don't want slavery. We don't want, because it's really sad if you just look at the data and the numbers, like the human trafficking parts of it and all that stuff, and the way that they're treated, and it's not nice. It's used as again, the same kind of way it was back then. It's used as a tool, an economic engine. And so that was the other part of it, was the economic. And so it's kind of weird that we're seeing the tariff talks again, because the economic backbone of the South was the slavery, because they were the ones that were picking cotton. They were the ones that were in the fields. And so, right, it was also the position that it's thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, and then states' rights in the secession jurisdiction. Many Southerners believed that the states had the right to leave the Union, although the Constitution does not say so. And fire eaters and radical rhetoric, extreme Southern politicians had spent years advocating for secession and used Lincoln's election as the tipping point, because things started happening in the Congress and new territories, the Kansas-Nebraska Act that, Pierce put in, and he was a Democrat, but what happened with all bleeding Kansas and new territories not wanting to have slavery and the illegal elections and all that stuff that happened. I mean, it was like they knew they were kind of at the end of the rope with slavery. And so that, it's weird because it's his inauguration, which is March 4th. And if you look at the date, April 13th, it's the build up to that, which we're in right now, which is pretty extreme. It kind of happens really quick, and then it just happens. So I feel like we have to kind of look out, because I feel if you just look at the world right now, a lot of people are saying that what's happening with federal workers being let go is tearing up the Constitution and democracy. Right?
I always wonder, is anybody saying having so many bureaucratic workers in positions that never turn over, is that constitutional? Or I never hear it from that side, or to hear. But then also the idea that practices that we currently do should never be changed, right? That just because this is the tradition and this is what we do, it's so religious to me too. It's that idea of, but this is how we've always done it. And that's a really similar argument to what happens in the Reformation as well.
That's true.
If you look at one of the things when we talked last time about Henry VIII, when he was changing the practices of the church, or when he's implementing his new church, people, the way he got it to work was, well, we have the new structure, I'm the head of the church, but we'll continue to let people do the thing that they're used to doing. They're going to wear the same things. We're going to do communion in a similar way. Right. So it's the fact that people just get so attached to, this is the way we've always done it. And I don't understand that resistance to innovation, but I think it must just be, that must be astrological too, because there are other times where people will go for the new thing and they're excited about something new and trying different things. But it's not right now.
The quiet part that's being spoken, not loud yet, but it's still quiet, is the government knows, one, we don't have the money. Two, the big thing is with AI and technology that's changed, a lot of the systems that the federal bureaucracies run on are really old. And so having the, actual like humans work them, when really you could use technologies like AI to do most of this work. It's just, that's where the Democrats know it. So do the Republicans, and the Republicans are the ones like, we'll be the ones, because people who support us, and that's the majority of the country now, are going to be okay with it. Whereas you guys can be the dissenters and say, hey, and look like you tried hard. But they already know it was going to happen anyway. And so that's where it reminds me of the Northern Democrats at this time, because there's a split in the Democratic Party. And so it's Southern Democrats, and the Northern Democrats really do unify with the Republicans in Lincoln. And that's what's really interesting, and say, hey, let's not look at party anymore. This is about saving the Union. And that happens with Neptune and Aries. So no part of Neptune and Pisces is their unification.
Yeah.
And there never can be, because if I think of the sign of Pisces, the duality of the two fish, it's oil and water to me. That's able to keep circling it around. And so when you get in Aries, it's just one ram. And so it has to come to unification to define the day, the start of a season, right? Spring, to find the equal spot as an equinox. And it's where the sun exalts itself. So Neptune has to define, it has to come to one. It has to unify in a way. Pisces is not about unification. It's actually about division and consciousness, unconsciousness, and night and day, light and dark, and seeing. But to understand the dark, you need to see the light. To understand the light, you need to see the dark. So there's a centerpiece that's dividing it all. And that's what I think is going to be the weird part, is what's the Democrat Party to do? Because after this election in 1860, they don't win elections for decades. And even in the Congress, like it becomes during Reconstruction, like who were they? Except the Copperhead Democrats, who sometimes get elected. But that's why my prediction that I just found in my archives, right, that I said in 2020 this would happen, I brought it out because I don't think people are ready to realize it's not going to just be like, oh, in 4 years there'll be a new Democrat that will just change the world.
Well, because if people did think that way, there might actually be some reform. The weirdest thing is I'm sitting here saying Democrats are against reform, against moving into something new. Is not, that's conservative, isn't it? To hang on to the values that you believe you stand for and to not want to change. It's just not progressive.
How about we have a fun little poli-sci little
Okay, let's
witty thing. If the well, and I'll talk for a second because you have to talk to him anyway. Republicans are a party of morphing. So you have the Federalist Party, and then the Federalist Party it really goes away. There's the Democratic Republican Party, and then the Whig Party is the big party, and the Democrats end up becoming the Democrat Party from the Democrat Republican Party. And the Democrats have stayed the Democrats since the beginning of like the 1820s, 1830s. But the Republican Party was the Whig Party that then turned into the Republican Party. And now it's morphed into the MAGA Party, let's say. The Democrat Party has not done any evolution. So that's the thing, is they will keep the name the whole time, even with a civil war that they're on the wrong side with, even with civil rights they're on the wrong side with. And a lot of things they've been on the wrong side when it comes to history. The worst parts of American history, the Democrats were on the wrong side. So that's one part. My other part in this little witty thing to talk about would be, in a republic, which, if we want to use the terms, and we're in a democratic or a republic, but you know, there's a federal government involved too. So it's a republic, but it's a democratic republic. Republics morph and change because of liberty and freedom. So it's good to morph and change. So you can be conservative over the Constitution, right? But you still can blend and shift and change. Democracy is what most people see around the world. They don't get to see republics. So they don't get to see the people really. It's not democracy where the people are electing the people when there's prime ministers, and it's really the parliaments and which party and the parties making the decisions and making decisions with other parties to make a coalition with or to go against. Mm-hmm. So it's really not the people that actually fully choose independently somebody.
Yeah, you can vote for a party thinking, okay, I'm voting for these policies. And then they make a deal, and a different person completely is going to be ruling.
Well, and that's what happened for Democrats with the election of this last year, right? Like, they picked Joe Biden, and then they didn't get a choice to make. No person who voted Democrat got to vote for the person they chose in the primary.
Yeah, and that is to me the biggest issue with what happened, because to me that's what I feel is the most important part about our system, is that we need to have the democratic process. And you can critique the Electoral College or whatever it is, but that's the process. And if you take out the place where people have a voice,
right?
I don't know, it just doesn't work. I want to point out one more thing too about when the serfs were emancipated in 1861, I had thought about this also, that happened right after the Crimean War, where Russia figured out, oh, wow, our military wasn't as good as we thought it would be. And so one of the side effects, and I'm not saying this is why the serfs were freed, but when you free up serfs who were tied to the land, right? You can modernize, because now you can move laborers to factories or whatever. You can industrialize. But you can also move them off of their land and put them into armies. And that's something else that I think is a consideration, right? That we need bodies. Do we need bodies for armies? I mean, this is something that I've been noticing in the UK. I saw a few members of parliament talking about the crisis of people not enlisting, and they've just raised their military spending or their defense budget, and then
they have to
pay for NATO.
Well, for this whole Ukraine situation, yeah.
Right. But also they're sort of worried about, well, people aren't enlisting anymore, so we might have to bring back forced conscription.
Right, and that's kind of a gnarly thing because in America, after Trump just inaugurated, right, the same thing happened with Lincoln. Right? The Civil War happened, and in the North, it unified so many people, and they just had so many volunteers. And right now, the volunteer rate in the Army just finally went up in the last month, right? So there's that. And I think that's what's kind of weird is America really does kind of volunteer when the right president's in, whether it's left or right. It is by who's the president. But I think what happens in the Civil War is like what we're seeing now is that 1856 election. It's so Joe Biden to me because and it never happened like this still. But that was when President Pierce, he only was a one-term president, but he came into the Democratic Convention and he was the incumbent. And because of slavery and Bleeding Kansas and the double voting and the bad elections and all these crazy things, he ends up being the only first and elected president who was an active candidate for re-election and to be denied by his party's nomination for a second term. So I think of Biden being, because then they put in Buchanan, who was a safe bet. So like the idea of Biden, right? Like, in 2020, like, Biden shouldn't have won, but somehow he did. In 2016, Bernie Sanders should have won, but they threw in Hillary Clinton. So if you look at what's happened over these years in the Democrat Party, you're not choosing who you really want to choose in the voting box, what the party is. And the party did that in 1856. And then the party did that again, but then split into two parts in the 1860 election, where they wouldn't agree, and Stephen A. Douglas becomes the Northern Democrat. And when you see that Southern Democrat Party just like, no, you're going to vote for this. This is what you're dealing with. If you see that, and we just saw that, that's a sign. It's the same transit. So to me, like when I said all this for all these years, it scared me because it's exactly what's happening. So I'm not saying that we're going to have a civil war, but we also have to remember that the next month, I'll just put up just like that really crazy timeline that I had. I know it's really a lot. I had so much stuff for this one. Oh my gosh, but this is like, okay. Yep. Okay. So I had it to where it goes into the economic. King Cotton was a big thing that was said in the Senate there. So this is all that was happening right where we're at now. Was the Southern honor and nationalism. So it's funny because they keep saying Republicans are white nationalists, or it's it's a populism thing and nationalism, but it's really the society that is losing its old ways that the people don't want, because the people elected a Republican to come in 1860. And they are so stuck on this culture of honor. I think it's hilarious pride, but pride in a different way. And defending one's rights. Oh, did you find it? Yeah, you should go check it out. I'll handle this part.
Handle this.
But what's crazy is that nobody wants this. it's so even weirder because if you just do the number of slaveholders in 1861, USA, right? Oh, that's 1661. Why? Oh, sorry. There we go. 1861. Really? Gosh, I can't just find that. I'll just give me a second here. We'll just use a quick search here. How many slaveholders were there in the southern states in 1861? So 393,000 individuals as slaveholders across the southern states, and they owned 4 million enslaved people. And then what was the population? So you have this small amount of people that are telling all these people to do it. So yeah, the total population was 31,000. So 4 million of them were enslaved individuals. The southern states would later from the Confederacy have a combined population of 9 million, and 3.5 million of them were slaves. So there's about 5.5 million, 6 million people that literally follow what these 400,000 people do, but they don't have slaves. So it's really fucked up to me, because I'm like, this is where this idea of where we are with Neptune at the end of Pisces is people are just, it's a small percentage of people. So like, if you think about all the issues that are happening right now that the Democrats are so upset about, not everybody is into these issues or affected by these issues, but people go become encapsulated and go fight for the army of this social justice kind of warrior, because you got to look at the South as like social justice for slavery, right? And so one of the things they said was the tea had been thrown overboard. The revolution of 1860 has been initiated after Lincoln won. Southern rights, equality of the states. So Southern nationalism, right? Common culture and destiny, motivated secession. So it's like the idea that there's blue sky is, it's like, and the butterfly, or I've seen all these astrology channels now that are, they believe that Trump didn't win, and it's like, it's also happening outside of astrology. It's liberal circles where it's like, wear a blue bracelet so we know. What? So you won't date somebody unless they have a blue bracelet on or a blue butterfly, and that's the Blue Sky app, right? Blue Sky fucking app. Like, this shit's insane to me, this whole Blue Sky thing, right? So it's like, if you're not wearing a blue butterfly or a blue bracelet, we know it's like extremely gnarly nationalism hidden in this really underground. And, you know, then the calls to kill people who are CEOs or anybody who is, it's insane, because what you're seeing now is this like insane part of where people are threatening to kill people about it. So, Tim Pool's been posting people who've been just like threatening to kill all these people. And it's kind of earth-shattering in my mind that we're in a world where, people are making these So it's weird how many liberals are claiming civil war is coming now. Pick unrelated. This is incredibly powerful. Yosemite National Park staffers are hanging a distress flag to stand up against Trump and Elon coming after the National Park Service and public lands. So I don't think that people are really seeing yet in mainstream news, but underground, there are these massive movements for secession or this cry for we need to kill everybody in the government. I have a couple other examples that he posts a lot on here. Jeez.
So they're saying that Doge is coming after the national parks.
Well, they're putting distress signals up. I'm trying to use that in 1860, the nationalism, the Southern way, that we can't let go of the pride of what is happening. And there's no way we can live with having these Republicans. I can't even do it, so we're going to secede. And the calls for secession. So, and also I just showed a post that liberals are saying that they think a civil war is coming just today. Or like this happened just...
Is that real? Is that AI?
Yeah, so this was crazy that some hacker went into a federal building that was liberal and put an AI picture of Trump, a video of AI Trump kissing Elon's feet. Right? So they put long live the real king, right? Wow. There's another one right here. So here's this whole like blue sky. Follow me on blue sky. I'm trying to show them that there's also this, if you have to wear blue bracelets to date women, or you have to have the blue butterfly, and it's the exact thing as the app. So like, or dye your hair purple and blue. It's really like, that was the thing about the South too, right? It was like they wore the gray, right? And the Confederates had the gray, and that's what they wore. And like you did not want to wear blue, which is even weirder because that was the Union color, was blue. So blue was not allowed. So that's why red and gray became the colors of the South. So it's really weird seeing this whole color thing happen again too. Neptune dealing with all the, colors of the prism of light in all colors. The rhetoric was really extreme, right? So the only way to preserve white supremacy and social order was to form a new nation. So I would reread that now as the only way to preserve whatever the social justice thing is and the only way to preserve DEI and social order was to form a new nation. That's how I would put it now. Clashing worldviews and slavery's morality. So they were making slavery like it's moral, like that it was a positive good. It was morally justified. But yeah, the main thing, and I think I covered this years ago with you, Ann, was that it was morally good that white people have black slaves. Like that, it was more than just that the slavery was good, but it was like the moral duty of a white person to do this, which you see in what we've seen over the last 2 years. Like it's your moral duty to have to admit you have white privilege. Right? Like it's so weird that
it's the opposite from this period of time. What's interesting also is that 1857, I was talking about this beforehand, is that sepoy uprising within the British world in India. Yeah. And then it's used by the British government to then officially take over India. And then the way it's justified is this is in the name of civilization. We're bringing civilization. We're bringing railroads and technology and building cities. And, that it was all about furthering humanity and doing good things for the world.
Right.
That's how it was justified everywhere the British Empire went. And I think now that people feel, okay, we're reacting against colonialism, this is the post-colonial era, right, then people are not as likely to see our beliefs might have solidified into this way that we're justifying practices in the same way from a moral stance or from this indoctrinate, not even indoctrinated. From a stance of this is as far as you can take this argument, because that's what we're seeing in the newspapers here too. Because it would be on all sides. That's what we're not presenting, because we've just been looking at the day that the Civil War broke out and what's leading up to it.
Right.
But if we were to look at the whole election, and we've done that in another episode, right? You've got the party split, you've got these different candidates, you've got the debates going on where they're doing these long debates where everybody is arguing from every perspective and putting each other down in every way imaginable.
Right.
It was really very similar. And then again, if you look at the time of the Salem witch trials, it was just as elaborate in talking about what's wrong in society. So that's what I think, is that when you start looking at the person, or at a group that's condemning in the name of something that's more civilized or more humane, it's often not a good thing.
No, it's
in
not.
This transit, it's a good, maybe even well-intentioned, but people tend to see like the beauty of whatever they're imagining to this extent that they don't think about, what am I actually wanting here? Like, I'm wanting the utopia. I'm wanting Thomas More.
Boy, and that book is horrible. Utopia. Scary.
Well, the slaves had gold shackles. I mean, that's
right,
what's
like
so funny. He couldn't, in Thomas More, in a similar era, can't imagine actually breaking down the whole structure. He can't get out of the overall structure. He just imagines, well, what would be a utopian version of where we're living?
Yeah, and it wasn't his version that he had created in his book, so he didn't go along with it. Mm-hmm. Whereas like Mississippi's, this is actually their secession declaration. The delegates complained that the North had enlisted its press, its Elon Musk, its X, its pulpit, so that's, of course, coming from religious parts, and its schools. They're taking away the Department of the Department of Education. They lock the doors against us until the whole popular mind of the North is excited and inflamed with prejudice. To Southern eyes, Northern society had been poisoned against them. Anti-slavery books. So this whole anti-DEI thing, right? Newspapers, sermons, and even children's textbooks were teaching that slaveholders were cruel sinners. Well, isn't that the weird irony about the book thing of teaching kids about sex in school that the Democrats have pushed so hard, that got parents to then have the DOJ be on a list if you tried to go to your school board and say, hey, I don't like what's happening. But like the morality behind it continues. And I think that's what's really weird, is it's really nefarious, dark crap. And the idea that it's okay, that's the whole part of Neptune at the end of Pisces. And then where it gets to that Aries point, people go hard line, I would say, and I'm not going to drop it. And so even like that teaching that slaveholders are cruel sinners, tomorrow the Epstein files drop. So let's say, I don't know how many names are on there, but let's say over half of them are Democrat people, because entertainment, politics, right? Okay. So you have that could totally tip this whole civil war, because people aren't going to want to believe it. They're going to think that they made up the list or something. Right?
That's why I think it won't tip the civil war, because we're still in that astrology of you distract, you try to start another narrative that you think is going to cancel out that one that was just released, right?
Well, I mean, I would agree and disagree. My disagreeing is what I showed people, the population. It was 9.1 million people in the South, the Confederate States. There were 3.5 million, almost 4 million people that were enslaved. And there was only 373,000 slaveholders. So my point with that was like the idea where it says here that the Southern Democrats felt their entire way of life, their quote unquote social system, was under attack by the North's ideology, right? The elevation of Lincoln, seen as the anti-slavery moderate allied with abolitionists, was taken. So Project 2025, whatever you want, all that stuff, right? That they say was taken as final proof that Northern values would be imposed on the South. So that even when an Epstein thing comes out, and let's say those are the slaveholders, right? There's something about the 6 million people, and only 373,000 of them are slaveholders. That there's this 5.5 million people that don't have slaves, that live in the South, that are willing to just blindly follow and think it's moral that their slaveholders are doing the right thing. It's the moral way to live, that's the right social system, and that they can do no wrong. And that's where I beg to differ a little, is that I see it right now, because I just showed a couple little things, that there's this, we're losing our society and we're needing to go into a civil war, or we're needing to, you need to show who you are by wearing a blue bracelet and blue sky and blue app and blue butterfly and shit. It's really weird. And so that's the whole part of Neptune as well. It's like morality. This other last part too, in response, secessionists wrap themselves in a competing ideology, a vision of a Southern republic with harmony between its political and social institutions. That's exactly what they're trying to say right now. Like, Trump is a disaster because the harmony between the political and the social institutions are just being ripped apart. Right? And so it's like, then it was also that there was a hierarchical and a slave society as superior. So like, oh, what do you mean? You're in the federal government. You're a bureaucrat. You should have this. But right now, if you look on Zillow, all of DC, all the homes are being sold. There's freak out in DC right now because there's all these people who've been living off that cash that are like moving out. So there's an exodus happening. And then the other part was they touted the frame of society in the South, right? And that was superior in the industrialization. And really, it was just one part of it, not the whole country's industrialization. And so I think that's important to realize as we get to this kind of point here. We're seeing a lot of this happen, but it's more subdued in the way that we look at the newspapers. There was the Southern newspapers, the Northern newspapers, and the Southern ones just kept hitting that hard. And the way we see it in today's world is you still see the liberal media, but it's also kind of had to kind of move more center because it's more about they're losing their audience because it's a wider country now. But on blue sky or leaving all these apps and then going into these very like weird spaces, it's the same thing in their own little loop.
Yeah, I mean, imagine it's been a few years that people were used to, okay, I turn on the news and I'm going to hear my exact view echoed back to me. Or I'm going to, you could be cynical and say, I'm going to turn on the news and hear what I'm supposed to believe today.
Right.
But that's one way to say it. It's really sort of, I'm going to turn this on and I'm used to hearing what I want to hear. I don't want people to critique it. And there was, for such a long time, this effort to drown out the other voices that were just getting louder and louder and louder, so much so that the election probably turned on the fact that there were other social media outlets where people were sharing other views, right? So there was that whole decentered, like that's the thing too, that for me, Neptune and Pisces seems like decentered information. So even if we look at like the newspapers, when we looked at that, those weren't like what they are today where a conglomeration owns all of them. Those were more independently owned newspapers that genuinely reflected the views of the people who probably lived and read them, right? And it was regional. It wasn't this giant conglomeration. So now we've got people a whole bunch of people, if you watch the mainstream news for the past few years, you were used to getting a story that even you saw was breaking down with the weren't you showing me the newscaster who's changed his story about?
Found it? Oh. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're the best.
Yay. See, Neptune in
See,
Pisces
Neptune.
has a positive
I was going to
side
say, if you
too.
could bring up that newspaper article where they're calling Abraham Lincoln a pharaoh.
Yeah.
Because what you just said, that article is it to the T. But it's also really weird because now they're trying to call Trump a tyrant king, like as if he's acting as if he's a king. And it's like, you know, growing up reading about Abraham Lincoln, sorry to say, that guy was not acting like a pharaoh.
Yeah, he's a little too rumpled and his hair was a little too crazy. Sorry, I'm having to actually research for it again, so you'll have to show something else while I'm
Oh,
waiting
that's fine.
for
I can finish some of these little like things like the social divisions within the South, because there was people that were dissenters that were like, I want to be part of the Union, but it got shut up quick. And basically within the moments of the election of Lincoln, by the time that he was elected, if you were in an area and you wanted to be part of the Union, nobody, like you just didn't say anything because they would come after you. And that's what the left has been doing. Like if you're, you know, like people come after me a lot. Just for just talking about this. It's not like I'm telling you what side or anything. I'm very more in the middle. I just think this is really like.
But even if you are telling people a side, it's America and you're supposed to be able
That's
to
true.
share your side.
I mean, for me, I'm an astrologer and I'm able to see what's happened. And so and then I'm somebody who likes to learn from history and knows, well, what side went this way and who was having a moral argument over things that are really not moral. And that's what's happening right now. And it's very simple to see.
I did find the article if you're curious.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. This is, I think, like the nail in the coffin of what's happening right now.
So this is from the Charleston Daily Courier, March 2nd, 1861.
And they've already are calling themselves. And so remember that Lincoln got inaugurated March 4th. That was the old inauguration day. So 2 days before Lincoln's president, that still means President Buchanan, a Democrat, is still the president. And he chooses not to do a special session in Congress. So they all leave. So he leaves Lincoln with no Congress, and what a horror. That's why Buchanan's like on the worst list of presidents, because what a piece of shit.
Yeah, the peace conference plan passes the House, more resignations, Lincoln's cabinet, blah, blah, blah. Okay, look, it's interesting. So there's discussion about the cabinet positions. Look it up here. Why it has an article about witches. Cats have been from the remotest period the companions of witches. So there's that on this front page. Then here is this new form of prayer in the American Protestant Episcopal Church in the Diocese of South Carolina. They are going to change their prayers so that they pray for Governor of South Carolina, President of the Confederate States of America, and the prayer for Congress, instead of the words United States, the words Confederate States be used. So they are changing the actual prayer book that Henry VIII,
right?
Actually, he would have started that tradition. So it's the American version of it. But here is the critique of Lincoln. Worshipping the rising sun, there are many old hunkers who have acquired an inveterate habit of finding greatness and virtue in anything placed in the White House. So the hunkers, so it's their day, the disgusting people of that era,
yeah.
The deplorables, they would readily worship any of the old Egyptian divinities if placed there with the power of appointment.
What's weird is the Egyptian divinities are how Washington's all divided up. Like it's the Greek Egyptian connection that is the idea of the republic and the idea of how Washington is.
Didn't we do?
So that's what's really interesting is
Freemasons Democrats at this, or were they in New York?
They already had tried in the 1820s and 1830s and they didn't win.
Okay, So there's some of that
And-
maybe still.
But what's crazy is the South is full of Masons
Yeah.
too.
But anyway, but they're Christians, and here they're casting aspersions on people who will worship anything that's in the White House, no matter what it is.
Yeah.
And so they're saying, that's one of the things they're saying. And then their evidence is movements of Mr. Lincoln, his visitors, and it's talking all about the kinds of things that he's doing. Nobody took a long walk today shortly after sunrise. There might be a physical stratum, blah, blah, blah. What else did we see here? It's just going down, giving the details of every one of Lincoln's moves. They're taking it out of the New York Times to try to show they're following Lincoln as if he's some sort of a god.
Right.
And that we need to know every aspect of his day. So they're putting him down for that. So
Yeah, and I think what's also kind of crazy is when we talk about the religious aspect, that there was the South who wanted to look at it as that it was them as the Israelites that were leaving and protecting themselves from, who was it again? It was, maybe it was the Egyptians. So that's why the Pharaoh thing came up.
well, look at this interesting.
And I was like, I'm like, wow, like,
Look at how they place this in the newspaper, though. Okay, so that's news from Mexico right there. But right here, they've got this article about witches, and then they say the Egyptians worshipped cats as emblems of the moon, erected magnificent temples in honor of those. And then, so they've got that in your mind. And then over here, it's, oh, by the way, those people that worship Lincoln, they're just like the Egyptians, the pagans. And
I
then
know.
up here, you better pray. You better pray for the Confederate States. It's just so interesting how it is like scrolling through, like they've got this algorithm that
Right.
you've just tapped into. And so you're just sitting there, oh, I'm reading my paper. And now, oh, those Republicans sure are like witches. Because remember, they're calling them black Republicans too.
I know.
So anyway, just something I noticed. All right, what else should we look
Well,
at?
I was just like, so people could see like the timeline, because like you have to almost take, if it's April 13th, we're having it March 31st. So it's just a 2-week apart thing. And so you could kind of add or take that actually like it's a little bit closer, right? So like February 23rd is more like March 7th. Right. But like this was when like Lincoln had to come in disguised, and he slipped into Washington wearing a soft cap and cloak, and the Democratic newspapers called him, a coward. But the peace conference fails. And this is where they really tried to reject, the South rejected the proposal that the Republicans were like, before even he's president, we're going to make it to where there will be, like, it would guarantee slavery in the South. It will never be able to take away, and we'll make it an amendment. And they rejected it. So that's what's really wild to me. Right here, the constitutional amendment, in a gesture to reassure the South, the House and a few days later, the Senate approved what would become known as the Corwin Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. The amendment, supported by President-elect Lincoln, promised that Congress would never abolish slavery in the states where it existed. So I made this prediction in my, October, November thing about the election. I said, Trump's not going to ban abortion, but the liberals are going to go so crazy that eventually it's going to be just like the slavery thing, where even when you're promising and making an amendment in the Constitution and they're denying it because they don't like Lincoln.
Yeah.
What happens? The opposite happens. It becomes a federal ban eventually. So, and the fact that that it's an amendment to the Constitution, it's not a, it's not a Supreme Court case that sees a certain way. No, it's a full-blown amendment that very hard to get amendments in the Constitution. And it's so funny that the amendment that does come in, the 14th Amendment, is the opposite of this.
Yeah, wow.
Right?
It reminds me also of the fact that Henry VIII, under similar astrology, had a proposal, or the Pope proposed, or people were proposing, we can legitimize your illegitimate son, and this can be done, and you don't need to divorce Catherine. But he wouldn't do it.
Yeah, and I think that's where people really with that Neptune Aries finally have the guts to do something. And there's people on whether you look at it the right side or the wrong side, it really becomes out of the fog, like what's right, what's wrong. It's hard to know because there's easy ways to find empathy for each side. But I think it comes to a moral aspect. And so you can find a morality in changing the gender of a kid, I guess, right? There's like but the kid's feeling confused. But in Neptune and Aries, it's going to be like, what do you mean? Like, you really do that? Right? Like the whole spell, that's so funny too. They're spelling people in the news like, oh my gosh, these pagans. Well, yeah, I mean, like, to be honest with you, that's how Washington, D.C. was built. I mean, yeah, they were Masons.
So they were actually saying something that was true.
They were saying something true,
there's an
right?
aspect of, they probably did know something about
right. And so they did want to create a Christian, thing. But you have to look at it too, is like the Democrats now don't really have religion, but they have their own. So it was about social. It was the social orders. So the social order and the social things, the society and how the society, and even that's the whole idea of the Southern way, the Southern bells, the Southern Dixies, the Southern way of life. That was what it was about. And I think where it gets the most weird is like the week of Neptune coming in, right before it comes into Aries, the most Neptune and Pisces things happens at Fort Sumter, where the war begins, because on April 10th, the Confederate government in Montgomery decided it could not wait any longer after Lincoln's now president for 1 month, and he sends down supplies to Fort Sumter because people are hungry and there's this contention over this fort in South Carolina. And what's even crazier is he even says this ship is just with provisions only. There's no weapons, it's food. So it's like a humanitarian thing. And the Confederate Army goes, no, we look at this as an immediate way that they are trying to declare war. So on April 10th, the Charleston Mercury published an extra edition blowing war declared, and I showed that earlier, proclaiming that Lincoln's attempt to resupply Sumter made conflict inevitable. But it's not true. And so they look at it as this was us to meet the invader. That was the terms, that Lincoln's coming to invade us when he wasn't even doing that. So everything that they said he was doing, he wasn't doing. And then that's where the ultimatum comes. And that's where at 4:30 a.m., the Confederates start battering at them with cannons. And the next thing you know, we're in Civil War. And I think that's where it's really interesting that Neptune comes into Aries, and it's like, there's like this, like, we can do this. So I feel like there's this kind of delusional, like, strength power that comes from a group that feels that they're not being seen the way they want to be seen. And then they get pounced on in the years to come.
It's interesting because already today I just happened to turn on one of the House committee videos that, and I think it was actually live today, and it was the committee where they're looking into the aid that's supposed to be going, so the U.S. aid, right? And they were talking, I just happened to catch like a few minutes where they were talking about the aid that is supposed to be going to places like Ethiopia and somewhere else where there is food that's sitting in warehouses and needing to get to people who are starving. And the congressperson, was like had this really heartfelt plea for if the child's arm is less than 4 inches in diameter, or centimeters, I don't remember what he said. It means that the next day is like they're going to die from starvation. So sort of like playing to your hearts of just like, we need to get this food.
Right.
Which of course, yes, the food should be gotten out. And so he speaks, and then it goes back to Marjorie Taylor Greene is the chairperson of this one. And she said, just kind of like matter-of-factly, yes, that was taken note of. We've gotten the information to them. They're supposed to be releasing the food, whatever. And then it went right on to the next person. That's about as much as I saw, which I think is really interesting because to me, and I had seen the person speak before him, and they were talking about this concern that food is not getting to people, right? So it's that same, it's similar, where you're going to go to the most emotionally, or the thing where if you have to just be like a rock on the road to not be empathetic about that, but that, we don't want kids to starve, right? We want food to get to kids. But to use that as the example is to play into the emotion of everything. And also the reality was we're taking care of, there's already been a communication about this, right?
Yeah.
And he was actually saying, you need to call your Congress people and let everybody know. But there'd already been a communication. So it's similar in that the reason I'm talking about it is it just reminds me of already knowing, okay, that stuff going to Fort Sumter is not, those are weapons. We've been prepared, like that's weapons. So, and I don't know, maybe there were weapons under the diplomatic, like food supplies and all of that, right?
Yeah, and who knows, but it's also just like that's what's interesting is they're already putting the articles out 2 days before the attack.
Yeah.
In the South, like the war's been declared.
So it's that same sort of like gung-ho, we're on this side.
Right.
And it's so dangerous. And every time it happens,
I know.
There's someone going, wait, stop. And
yeah,
they get steamrolled over and it happens.
When I think like the what's interesting is tariffs are involved because that's where Lincoln starts throwing tariffs to protect the Republic. And I think that's the crazy part is that the South believes in some sort of way. Oh, you can come here. It's okay. The South believes that there's this crazy idea that you can just go off, do your own thing, and everybody's going to want our goods. But the problem is that like let's say California today would be like, oh, we're going to secede. We are the 4th biggest economy. The problem is the federal government and the military can do a blockade. And that's what happened. So the blockade happened to where all the cotton couldn't get out. And when that happens, then all the South really starts losing their ability to have money, and even to the trading partners in England goes without cotton. There's like a cotton famine. And so people don't really realize that like the reason why these tariffs are going on too is kind of a weird way of making the United States in a way, because I'm sure there's a lot of chatter of states trying to secede and all these underground domestic people that are really crazy that really want to they're so against wherever this is going that the tariffs are bigger. Like people aren't reading into it yet because that's what comes up with that Neptune Aries stuff. There's another part I wanted to bring up too about, where was it? There's the tariffs. Where was it? Because if I show you the astrology, so that's April 13th. The war starts April 12th. So if you go to the next Neptune Aries, it retrogrades back September 30th. As it's in retrograde back at 0 point. And so that's where it's like, oh, this war is going to be a lot longer than we think. and then it comes back February 13th, 1862, and now it's like full blown, like war, and then March 30th, 2025. So like that's where like the next part is like, okay, October 22nd, 2025, it comes back retrograde, then it hits that spot. And then next year we have it again, January 26, 2026. And then Saturn comes in to conjunct it in February. Where it's kind of interesting to me is like what's happening in the one that we're about to have in 2025 here is that Mercury retrograde with that Neptune, and then Venus retrograde that's going to be meeting with that Neptune in Aries. Or it's not even in Aries. It's in it's all at the last degree of Pisces, where it really is what, if you think of it, 2959 Pisces is what starts the Civil War. So the fact that all these planets are going to meet with Neptune, the Sun, Mercury retrograde, Venus retrograde, all at 2959 Pisces. So it's more so. And then it's a solar eclipse in Aries that's happening as Neptune comes into Aries. So it's a solar eclipse in Aries energy. So, and Mars, of course, is in Cancer that's just come out of a retrograde, and Venus is retrograde. And so this Mars in Cancer is in square to this Aries energy now. And it's Chiron's in Aries as well, like it was during the Revolutionary War. And also at the same time that Uranus is getting ready to come into Gemini, Pluto and Aquarius, Revolutionary War, but then you mix the Neptune Aries, you got all the big wars, and you got World War II energy coming at the same time. And so I feel like this Pisces season, people don't even realize this thing's going to get messy, beyond messy, the messiest it's ever seen in our lives. And that was messy if you look at the history, what brings you into the Civil War. I mean, Ann and I aren't even covering the Civil War. We're covering what gets you to that little point in just this little window that we're in, and bringing some points that were in the past. But like the points that we covered that are in the past have replayed. So what's happening right now, it almost kind of, that's what I wanted to show to people, is like I was able to get what the sentiment of people were kind of right before. So like right before it happens. And so especially like in the North and the South, the North, they were like wanting it. The South, in the North, they weren't wanting it. The North was just like, let's just see what happens. Let's say neutral and figure out what happens. The South is kind of wanting it. And where, we hooked up a camera like old days, because when the Civil War happened, I've used this before with us, but I have the original copy. This was 1861, and it was put up in the Northern Territories in the Union, because it's really interesting to read the preface of this, that this little book was given out to people. So 1861 here. Yeah. People can kind of read it there. There we go, 1861. So it has the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States, and Washington's farewell address. And this is where the preface goes into. At this crisis in our government, hold on. There we go. At this crisis in our government, a crisis such as it has never before been called to pass through. So it really goes into this, like, that people don't even understand. People like on the street, they ask, don't even know what's in the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence, don't know how it works. So this is really about, so here's this last part of the preface here. Just stay. To supply. Please. It's a really old book. It's a 165-year-old book. I want to break it. To supply the want and satisfy the increased demand, the publishers were prepared this volume and have endeavored to present it in a form which will be acceptable for popular use, and at a price which is to make it within the reach of all. 1861, and it's the most simple book.
At the very right above it, it's that sentence that says, "This is undoubtedly." Oh wait, that it's surprising to note how few are well posted in the concepts of these documents and how many there are who have never read them at all. This is undoubtedly owing to the want of the general circulation of a cheap edition.
Yeah, and I think we're back at that same place. Right? Like I think when you actually read the Declaration of Independence, it's so different than like just looking at it. Like when you actually read the words, because it's kind of hard to read the words, right? But when in the course of human events it becomes apparent in one people, right? Like these words and the reason why they leave. But what they get to is the Constitution. So that's. And I wish they actually made it a little simpler, but I think they just wanted people to kind of figure it out on their own, which is kind of nice too. But this is where I'm going to mix this in. Oh, well, actually, the last part is the most important. Is why would they put Washington's farewell address in there? And remember, this is in the North, so this is the Union. This is the Union and keeping it together, right? To the people of the United States. And I actually just know this so well, but at the very end here, there's a lot of amazing parts. But whether you look at the Ukraine situation right now or even our foreign aid, Washington would have threw up his wooden teeth. After, in relation to the still subsidizing war in Europe, my proclamation of the 22nd of April, 1793 in the index to my plan sanctioned by your approving vote. I can't see that far away. I don't know. I'm trying to get this thing in a clear view here.
I don't see where you are.
I'm like right around here about Europe. Right.
In relation to the still subsisting war in Europe, my proclamation of the 22nd of April, 1793 is the index to my plan. Sanctioned by your approving voice and by that of your representatives in both houses of Congress, the spirit of that measure has continually governed me, uninfluenced by any attempts to deter or divert me from it.
Reminds me of Trump right now. Next line is...
After deliberate examination with the aid of the best lights I could obtain, I was well satisfied that our country, under all the circumstances of the case, had a right to take and was bound in duty and interest to take a neutral position. Having taken it, I determined, as far as should depend upon me, to maintain it with moderation, perseverance, and firmness. The considerations which respect the right to hold this conduct, it is not necessary on this occasion to detail. I will only observe that according to my understanding of the matter, that right, so far from being denial by any of the belligerent powers, this is where this other camera's in my way, by any of the belligerent powers has been virtually admitted by all.
The duty of holding a neutral conduct may be inferred without anything more from the obligation which justice and humanity impose on every nation in cases in which it is free to act to maintain. I'm getting old. I can barely see. To maintain and violate the relations or. And amenity towards other nations. The inducements interest of observing the conduct will best refer to your own reflections and experience. With me, a predominant motive has been to endeavor to gain
time
in our country.
I feel like it's story time with David and Anne, but to endeavor to gain time to our country to settle and mature its recent institutions and to progress without interruption to that degree of strength and consistency which is necessary to give it, humanly speaking, the command of its own fortunes. Though in reviewing the incidents of my administration, I am unconscious of intentional error, I am nevertheless too sensible of my defects not to think it probable that I may have committed many errors. Whatever they may be, I fervently beseech the Almighty to avert or mitigate the evils to which they may tend. I shall also carry with me the hope that my country will never cease to view them with indulgence, and that after 45 years of my life dedicated to its service, with an upright zeal, the faults of incompetent abilities will be consigned to oblivion, as myself must soon be to the mansions of rest.
Relying on the kindness to this and in all things, and actuated by that of fervent love towards it, which is so natural to a man who views it in the native soil of himself and his progenitors for several generations, which I promised myself to realize without alloy the sweet enjoyment of partaking in the midst of my fellow citizens, the benign influence of good laws under a free government, this ever favorite object of my pearl, and the happy reward as I trust our old mutual cares, labors, and dangers. That's 1796, but in this, he goes into why the neutrality is so important, because if you have a foreign country that actually is like, oh, you know what, we want you to do this or help us now in a war, but it might not be good for another country that we're friends with, like, to stay neutral. And what we've seen is this end of neutrality in the world, which he warned about. And then the last part I wanted to show is the first original full Federalist book. So this is like what a Supreme Court justice would have right here. You'll actually see books that look like this at National Archives or at a Supreme Court justice house.
Yeah, and in law libraries and homes. Exactly.
And this was a book that was to be used, like, what does that say again? Like this down leaf of this book. I can't see it because it's blurry. Tear down the leaf of this book, or like.
Yeah, tear down no leaf of this book.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, and so this goes into the new Constitution, and then Hamilton, Madison, and Mr. J with an appendix. The letters of pacifists, and going into all the like things that helped the Constitutional Convention come together. This also has the original Articles of Confederation that were before the Constitution, the Proclamation of Neutrality in 1793, and then the Constitution of the United States as it was going back then. This is the first full conversion was finally done in 1842. But in it, I just wanted people to think about, why would they call themselves the Confederates? Because without the federal government, the Articles of Confederation that ran at the very beginning, we'll just read Article 2, which is right here. Each state remains in sovereignty, freedom, and independence, and every power, jurisdiction, and right, which is not by this confederation, expressed, delegated to the United States and Congress assembled. The first article is, the style of this confederacy shall be the United States of America. It's a very basic agreement between the 13 colonies that turn themselves into states, that they have to look after themselves. You know, they can create their own laws, they have their own liberty, and there's no central government. It's a true republic. The problem was, when you go to the Constitution, there was bigger things to create a government, like who's going to protect the people if there's an invasion, especially from England again, Or when it comes to postal roads, they actually thought for a decade before they were like, oh, we need to create a better system. And so Article 1, you can go into the Constitution, but it's really like in this Article 2, you have little things of why would there be a war? And this is where the craziness of the idea of secession blows my mind as a person who loves this stuff. I guess it would be Article 3 here. Article 4? It's right here. Oh, don't worry, I will show this. I'm holding a very old book worth a lot of money. Okay, yeah, here we go. So this is where the Congress starts to also have power with federalization and a constitution, because if you notice in the Articles of Confederation, the Congress really doesn't have that much power. But to borrow the money on the credit of the United States, to regulate commerce with the foreign nations, to establish a uniform rule of naturalization and uniform law on the subject of bankruptcy throughout the United States, to coin money, regulate the value. So that was kind of the problem. There wasn't this really defined way of the central parts of the government. But when you get into coinage, you get into like postal roads, you get into like now electricity, stuff like that, or interstate highways. So here it is, to establish, this is what I want to show right here. To establish, post office and post roads, to promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited times to authors and inventors the exclusive right to their respective writings and discoveries, to constitute tribunals inferior to the Supreme Court. So that's one thing where you haven't seen much about is tribunals. There was another part where Stephen A. Douglas, who was the Northern Democrat who lost, said, this is not a time for neutral people. You're a traitor or a patriot. And I feel like that's the other Neptune Aries thing that's about to come really hard. But so if you think about all the states that secede, the government's already invested, the people have already invested in those states. So to secede, you're pulling apart all of these things that the Constitution does. That's the reason why they wanted people to read the Constitution. It's not the Articles of Confederation anymore. Right. And this is in Article 1, so I was right. This is the first article of what. And so what's weird is most people don't know, but after the convention, the Bill of Rights, the amendments, right, didn't come until after, when Washington was president. And so there was no Bill of Rights. So it wasn't until 1789, right, that they proposed to the legislatures this. And then it's not signed into law until Washington's president. And there was only 10 articles, like freedom of speech and religion and all that stuff. And it's so weird. This book's so old, before the Civil War, that it only goes to those 10 amendments, right? Like there's not a lot here. So actually, here's the signatures before the amendments of the Constitution, right? Like this is them certifying the Constitution and George Washington there, right? And then, so it's weird is Article or Amendment 11 of the article in the amendments is the one of counting electoral votes. And the reason why that comes out later is because Washington was selected, not elected by the people. He was elected by the he was elected by the constitutional congressional, basically their little fucking party building this. And then the last one came out with the electors after. So like these two come out the last part. And that's all it was. So if you really think about it, it was pretty simple. But, you know, the questions about everybody being a person and having the freedoms and that everybody should be that way, there was nothing in here about, you know, that slaves are not people and stuff like that. And that's where that debate gets really crazy. And I I think that trying to use the same debate though with like illegal immigrants, like when they knowingly cross into the country illegally, it's kind of a different thing than holding somebody as property. But that's what the NGOs are kind of doing now, is like, we are taking over this Ramada Inn and you're allowed to live here and we're going to pay for you and the government's really doing it. And you get to do these jobs where, you know, if I as an employer hire an illegal immigrant, I can go to prison, right? So when I hire an employee, I got to get that they're a citizen and all this stuff. And whether it's through the federal government and the state, it's crazy that they are advocating for people to break the law in all ways. It's more than just the illegal immigrants breaking the law, but it's also hiring illegal immigrants is illegal.
It makes me wonder that, yes, I mean, all good points. And I was just thinking about how in the little book, when they're saying we need to print this and get it out because obviously people aren't reading this.
I know.
It's similar to how, now people are advocating for things and wanting things to happen that aren't anywhere in the Constitution, or you know what I'm saying? It's a similar sort of issue. Are we going to see more? Well, and the other interesting thing I must say is that one of the things in California universities that's been debated the last couple of years is this constitutional requirement that students we're supposed to take a history course, SGE, and then a political science course. And it was the U.S. Constitution's requirement, which I've never had to teach those because I'm not an American historian, but that's been taken out and slowly changed. And you can now take other classes to fulfill those requirements.
They don't show that video anymore with Mr. Bill, who, was the Bill of Rights that used to be on the Capitol steps as the little cartoon.
I sure hope people are seeing that.
You know what I mean?
In high school,
I think that's
in high school or fifth grade or whenever you do U.S. history.
I mean, that's where this whole, I think, idea of like whenever the federal departments that are through the executive, like the Department of Education and all these things, are advocating for not like going against the country's laws, like that's kind of the weird place we're in. I mean, that's what's kind of the weird part about freedom, but at the same time, I'm a hardcore, anti-federalist, but I also get the federalist need because then you're kind of defending on your own. And I think the best example of that was the Civil War. The Civil War tested the anti-federalists against the federalists. That when you try to be anti-federalist and go create your own, us 11 states seceding, the second they tried to sell cotton, the blockades, they couldn't sell cotton. The Confederacy money just was not worth crap. People just were dying. And I had a couple last images of the women. So what would it have been like to have been a woman in those times? Because that's I think Scarlett O'Hara is a great character in a story of those times because she's the rich Southern belle who all of her men, her father, her husbands, except of course Rex, but that comes after. They're all dying, and even her best friend's now husband, who she loves, like that she just keeps thinking about, he's getting wounded, and there's no men around. And there's just women who have to become the nurses, and it's not really that glamorous, I guess you could say. It's not that wonderful.
Scarlett O'Hara has to wear curtains for her dress.
Yeah, I mean, I used AI because I actually didn't intend to, but I thought they did a good job of showing some of these right here. Where is that? The heck? No. Oh yeah, here's women during those times.
Yes, when you see the. Oh, interesting.
That's Harriet Tubman. And that's the other interesting part too. Is there was just a scene on MSNBC of making fun of a black Republican because instead of calling him back then like an Uncle Tom, right? Like Uncle Tom's, like, Cabin, right? That was a big book that came out that also helped the Civil War know which is the right side to be on. They started calling like, well, we all have they're not calling him Uncle Tom's anymore. I forgot what they're calling him. We all have like referring to like Vivek, like we all have our Indians that are that way. I was like, you gotta be kidding me right now. They're doing that again too. And I think it's really interesting because it's the Republicans that fought for black people and equality. It was the Democrats in the South in the civil rights movement who did segregation. It was all Democrat states. The civil rights movement were all the Republican votes in the House and the Senate. And it just so happened to be that Johnson was in there to sign the bill as a Democrat, but he was an ex-segregationalist and had Ku Klux Klan family members and everything like that. So it's like the Republicans again did civil rights too. And so they've always aligned with that. And I think that's that's a value that I think people forget about Republicans. Is like Republicans are not, it's like they use the racist thing when it's quite the opposite. Like what happened at universities was, no, unless you're everything but these couple different races, you get in the college. So it turned into the opposite of what they said it was about, diversity and all that. Like, no, you need to claim you're Pacific Islander and we need this many people that are that. So it got, if you think about where we're at right now, there's a healing that has to happen between all people, which I think we were at in 2019 before 2020. Like, I feel like people weren't thinking about it as much. And racism now has turned into like this really crazy weapon and used against any voice of dissent as a bigot or a racist. And like, if you look at a Harriet Tubman story, it's like, that's not, not what's happening in the underground, like tunnels that were saving slaves and the Republicans that were behind that. I just really, I'm kind of mind blown at the moment still.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be honest with you, Anne, it doesn't look like it at this moment, but that's so Pisces. The same, and we can go through and show you more text, but like, you look it up yourself. They all really didn't think anything big was going to happen. Even after 7 states seceded, even when Lincoln just came in, even when the Fort Sumter thing started happening, it was this idea like, it'll just be a little thing and it's over. And it's not a little thing that's coming. I think the best example would be to use like, well, when Uranus came into Aries, Fukushima, the effect that had for so long. And I remember that feeling being like, this is freaky.
I'm always the hopeful. I sound the hopeful note over here because I looked up quickly. I was interested. Well, what was going on in the astrology with when George Washington did his farewell address, and Pluto was at the end of Aquarius.
Yeah.
So would we have that to look forward to? That just before we're invaded as a country, because I mean, that's the other thing that happens. But I mean, Is there some aspect of Pluto being in Aquarius, though, where we're going to really start to establish something different, and that maybe the ways people have been pitted against each other, because really, to me, it's so manufactured, a lot of it, where never before, like never before until, I mean, maybe these newspapers from this era, or maybe photographs from this era, you could start to try to control people's minds by saying, look at this evidence. But there are people who figured out, oh, we only need to show them some things and we can get a whole bunch of people to follow us. Because that was happening after the Reformation too, where they had a peasants' rebellion and got all sorts of people to follow and to assist the elites to get what they wanted, right? So, and I think Neptune was in Pisces around then, right, where some of those things were happening. So I'm just curious about this. In the end, is it part of building a new structure where the old falls apart? And if Neptune is also in Pisces, you have like this cacophony of voices of different perspectives, and some people want the old order, and there are people who want the new, and people like congregate around these sides, and then it falls apart, right? But with Pluto and Aquarius, does it mean at the same time we will build something new and move forward into a direction where it's better for all people eventually?
Yeah, I mean, the Pluto trine Uranus is going to be nice, right? And air. But it's Neptune in Pisces is where the zit is so big, and too many, 14 to 15 years of makeup over it to try and cover up the whitehead has actually created more
Mount Vesuvius.
Mountains. And so Pluto in Aquarius is the volcano that erupts that zit. And if we go back in history, whether it's the 1770s into the 1780s or the 1530s, there is the common theme we've seen of this full-blown ripping away of what takes away the freedom of people, right? And also the fraud. Pluto rules fraud to the people. So like the Doge thing is not a surprise. We compared that to the monasteries that the Catholic Church had in England and what they were doing. So I think that the hard part comes, or even like the Revolutionary War, like Uranus and Gemini as well, like that's Pluto, Aquarius, Uranus and Gemini. The elite, happy people that are spiritual and intellectually spiritual guide the country. The George Washingtons, the Masons, so the dumb people don't. And the dumb people fall for the societal stuff, right? So the social justice warrior is not even the people they think are on their team in politics. They're not on their team. They're just playing a part. That's the fraud. That any of the social justice has like power is actually not, because it's what's social justice. It's not justice. It's not like this idea of the Declaration of Independence isn't about justice. It's about taking a stand of values and wanting to evolve now into where there is no tyranny. And so a lot of social justice tries to use that there's tyranny happening, yet they're creating a tyrannical system at the same time, forcing people to accept people the way they want to be accepted, how they want to be named. Like that's not going to work. So, I mean, I think the Neptune Pisces, though, is the part where the Civil War, I think, is a way harsher, extreme case than the Revolutionary War. Mm-hmm. And it's because that Neptune in the Pisces and the Aries pops the zit of the most immoral things that are happening on the planet at the time or in the country. And it's like, and also that people can see it's not talked about as much, right? Neptune is very like secretive and very private. So that's why you see people like afraid to, they call them, you know, like the voters that aren't showing up at the polls, or the voters that don't pick up the phone, the hidden voter. You know, Neptune and Aries kind of, people start to say, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. And you're seeing that already. And so people crying about it are just going to be crying even more. And really, the Confederacy is a bunch of crybabies that the elite, very small, that are the slaveholders, control this whole massive population and go fight this war so they can just hold on to their little slave thing. So when I see like this idea of like with the Epstein list, or when I start to see some of the stuff we've seen in Hollywood, it's a very small group of people that really are trying to use social, you know, norms that are not normal and trying to make them normal, and then convincing these people to go fight their battles for them when they're nowhere to be found. And they would never be on a battlefield. Like people in the North really did come out in huge numbers. And even when it looks like you lose your greatest general, it doesn't matter. But the side of people that are doing things, I guess it's more, we have to take George Washington as a Mason and go, what does neutrality mean? Instead of like the traditional understanding of neutrality. Like neutrality means freedom without it being defined. So like if you think of freedom of speech, when you're trying to fight for freedom of speech, it's not, well, Alex Jones shouldn't be able to say this conspiracy. The Leo King shouldn't be able to call the liberal astrology community fucking stupid. That's not neutral. The fight for freedom is, hey, right? It's not really defined. It's also kind of actually defined by what it's taking away. But when it comes into a neutral spiritual space too, it kind of reminds me of like something that's fact-based. So it's like, that's where neutrality is an interesting part, mixed with Aquarius, Gemini Aquarius, is kind of this neutral zone of like, is this fact? Okay, you have a penis, you have male hormones and testosterone that's going to peak until you hit 42 when Uranus opposes Uranus, and then your hormone levels will drop as a male or female. So your brain's going to develop till you're 25, and then it's fully developed. So you're really going to try gender affirming care on a 12-year-old? Like, that's not neutral at all. That's not a social freedom position, because it's also taking away a child's freedom. Like they don't have the ability to even understand that choice fully. And so like that's where it gets really in the weeds. The same way as slavery. Like, no, you're a 2-year-old black kid. So you're going to stay in here and we're going to treat you kind of nice and feed you good so you can be a strong worker on get all the cotton for us. And you're not going to see us beat your daddy, and you're not going to see us rape your mom. And that's what's happening now to the kids that are missing, to the illegal immigrants used as prostitutes everywhere right now.
Well, nobody sees all that, right?
I know, yeah. It's going to be ugly. The ugliness of what's been happening that pops up.
I mean, it is similar to after the Civil War as well. And as slavery was being, I don't even know if you can't really even call it dismantled, but in the aftermath of that, you would start to learn stories about what had actually been happening to people as well, right?
Yeah.
And so the ugly truth comes out. I don't know if ugly truth is Neptune. in Aries or what, but that's what I'm thinking of.
Another good example would be all the tech social media giants are at Trump's inauguration. And these people were heroes to the left just up until a year ago. Like they were like so happy of censorship online. And just because they then revealed that the Biden administration was basically forcing them to censor, right? And injecting the FBI into, and the CIA into these programs, right? To censor everything about the vaccine, COVID, and then intentionally injecting BLM and stuff like that into riot, right? Like that's where it gets really weird to see this. Like now they are tech bros. Now they're pieces of shit from the same people who glamorized them forever. Or a good example is they loved RFK Jr. and then now they hate him, right? Or they like you can just see it really like in those kind of things. And now they're starting to hit black Republicans as if they're not black. I mean, that's what Joe Biden said. Like, if you're voting for Trump, then you ain't black. Let's not forget that. And then let's not forget that Obama said that again in 2024 for Kamala Harris 2 weeks before the election. That if you're black, you need to vote for Kamala. You're not black if you vote for Trump. I mean, like, it's like, that's the Democrat way. It's the same thing. And the craziest part is of those 3.5 million slaves during the time is those are the people that they started putting on the front lines. The Confederates just started throwing slaves up there. Right? Where at least you got to admit the crazy part of the Revolutionary War was at least Washington offered freedom after, you know, the war if you were a slave at the time. And same with the British. The British did it first. Then Washington's like, fuck, I need to do this. Like, but like, that's what's crazy, right? At least that was offered. That was not offered in the Confederacy. It was like, no, you need to go fight because you're my slave. And there is no freedom after it because you're going to be living in the Confederacy. So go die or not die. That's where you see in the military, they try to go, yeah, go die in the war. You're a legal immigrant. And if you survive, then we'll let you stay. But at least that's kind of like a Washington thing more than a Confederate thing. A Confederate thing doesn't even offer that. So it's like, go be this justice warrior, but you're still going to need to take your shot. Go be this justice warrior, but you're going to still have to show up at the events and, you know, even if you don't agree, don't even dare. Right? Like, you know, like, so there's that don't even dare where even like the idea of like leaving, it's kind of cultish. It's like, you're never allowed back. Whereas like, if you're a Republican or somebody who leans on the right, it's kind of like, you fucked up, but there's always like a second or third chance. Like Lindsey Graham's a great example. Trump's given him like so many chances, right? But I think that's where it's gonna get. I've been seeing it swelling, and it's so hard. Most people have no idea what's happening underground right now, and it was underground. It was all private. Even we didn't get into it, but a lot of the secession votes were private, secret votes in the states. So I wouldn't be surprised right now if the federal government knows about secret meetings, Pluto Aquarius, in the states of secession plans. Because like these ideas of these extra extraordinary, like we need to get the Congress, or the state senates together to like, with the governor to like have these like secret sessions, right? It's the same thing.
Yeah, as I was looking at some of the newspaper articles before this and reading over them, remember one of the things I said was, how were they getting the information that this was happening in the first place. And then slowly it's like they've got the program already. They know what they're doing. And there's nothing in reality that could have been done to stop it. And that's what concerns me, is that I feel like we're in an era of people not only having an opinion that they want to fight for in the world, right? Like, I'm going to fight for my right to do this particular thing. So it's not only that we have that, but we have a group of people who feel like they need to be willing to die for an idea. But not only that, they want to manufacture, it's like they want to manufacture the hill that they're going to die on.
Yeah.
Too. So that way you prove I'm dedicated to this idea. And we have this whole, it reminds me so much of the Counter-Reformation. I'm sorry, I'm a historian of that era, so it always comes up, but it's that idea of, okay, we've been critiqued, things are falling apart, we have corrupt people, they had their own lists of priests that were doing things they shouldn't have been doing. The dissolution of the monasteries, a lot of that was probably overblown, but a lot of those things were really happening, and there were cleanup efforts that needed to be made.
Yeah.
But instead of saying, oh, let's just back off, we did wrong, sorry, we're going to do something else, or whatever, admitting where you're wrong or maybe where you overstepped, it's this idea of, we're doubling down, and now you actually have to say this prayer at this time of day to prove you're actually Catholic. And the French wars of religion are something that maybe one day we can talk about. That happens in the 1570s. And it's at that point where you really see in France where France is so interesting, because even in the revolutionary era, the revolution takes a different turn there. And in the Reformation, during the French religious wars, they also have sort of ruling different families that all can claim the throne, and they all have different religious beliefs to help support their claim to the throne.
That's true.
And you have situations where people are forcing others to, if you don't want me to kill you right now in the street, you better say the whatever, Hail Mary, or you better say, I don't know what, I'm not Catholic. This is where it falls apart. So I don't know all the things, but it was demanding people on the spot. You better say all the things that prove you're Catholic. If not, we're killing you. And that's the 1570s. So I don't know. That's the kind of thing that worries me, is just that it's not only the beliefs that you have the press, and you've got the secret societies and all of that can spread ideas, but it's now also this desire to enact it in the physical world to prove something, right?
Yeah, and then what happens, a good example would be like General Sherman, and his biggest campaign was bad when he took Atlanta and just literally just blew it to smithereens. Because if you think about the Confederates, this idea of the Democrats was, oh my gosh, you're going to die on this hill and you're going to prove yourself. But the second the lines started breaking and the retreats happened, they didn't have any. So Neptune loses all of its compassion, because a lot of people try to write that maybe General Sherman went too hard because he didn't stop the cannons for 3 days, right? That didn't stop. But was he wrong? Because like you have this group of people who are seceding, who have slaves, who literally are fighting for fucking slavery. And the worst part is that they're allowing the people and the citizens and the women that are the nurses, because that's all that's left, to die, right? Like they're not trying to get a ceasefire or make an agreement for their own citizens or anything. They don't try to stop at all. Right? So the worst part is like, no, yeah, you're going to die on this hill, but also we're going to win, even though it's the biggest lie ever. We're going to win because it's the winners and losers, Neptune and Aries too. Like, and it's very easy to see who's going to win and who's going to lose. It's hard to see in Neptune Pisces. Like, oh, but there is no winners. There is no losers. In the last 15 years, all these kids are playing sports where it's like, it was a tie. right? When they know that one team, the kids know, it's like a total mind fuck. The kid knows, like, we just hit like 8 fucking T-ball like home runs, and we walked around the home plate like 12 times, and they only did it once. But you're telling me that we didn't win? But that's kind of what happens is like, oh, don't worry, we're going to win. And then it's such a great life, and it just falls so quick. The bottom drops. Neptune Aries is the spiritual. If it doesn't have the true form of it, identity-wise, it just falls out. And so I think of the General Sherman situation of just the bombing that did, the bombardment of all those cannons that he didn't stop for 72 hours straight. There was no break. And that was that pretty much was like the end of the war at that point, because it was just decimation. And that's kind of what happens is Neptune and Aries does get to a point to where it's like, if this side is really this immoral, they're not going to be moral to the people that they're asking to fight the justice for. Like, they're not going to really be there. And it also requires extreme bombardment to end it. And that's what's kind of weird is like the big American wars, the Revolutionary War ends with the French coming in, but a surrounding of Cornwallis and the rest of the British Army. There's no more Southern territory left. The Northern territory, Washington took from up north, and they all just meet kind of in the center, and it just ends with being surrounded and just being bombarded, right? The same thing, cannon fire. Same thing happens in the Civil War. After General Sherman's bombing of the South, there's not many more skirmishes left. It's kind of sad if you watch Glory. I mean, he dies in New Orleans at the end, because that was kind of the last.
You just gave it away for.
I know, but it's just it's just sad because it was like at the end of the war, right? And like that whole entire regiment died, and it was a slave regiment that was a black regiment that they was kind of frowned upon, but they actually showed their valor and vigor and. Had to prove the North was not for slavery, and that's a very powerful movie and very powerful story.
Great score.
And a great score. But then you get to World War II, we end it with atom bomb.
Yeah, I was just thinking
for people to think that whatever comes in this next 7 years is not going to end with the biggest bombardment that we do, they're crazy. So I think it's crazy to say like, well, love and light, it'll be avoided. I'm like, well, this is a pattern. And so that's the thing about Uranus and Gemini. It just really, and it's not, it's truth. And it gets to a place where people's truth is not truth. Like the Emperor of Japan just creating kamikaze fucking suicide bombers, right? Basically, the Confederates did the same thing. Like, you're the slave, just run in there and just keep shooting. You have nothing that you're, like, if you think about those poor slaves, they didn't have anything to live for except for their families and all that stuff. But at that point, they're separated from them. They're being treated like shit. And then they're forced out in a battlefield. It's fucking horrible. So it's like what we're gonna see is it's gonna have to get to a big end. There's gonna be a moral compass that goes so off the planet. So to me, I look at to kind of end this. I look at it as more as like the end of Neptune and Pisces is where the moral scum is exposed at its greatest. And it doesn't just go away right away. It has to be pushed out.
Is there any way to, at this point, would there be, when Neptune's still in Pisces, what would be a way to avoid the explosion or to make the Neptune and Aries transit positively productive? Is there any way, or are we all going to have to annihilate each other before we actually progress?
Well, I think this one has that Pluto Aquarius where you need to know the right circles. I think of the Civil War, and I think of Glory and Matthew Broderick's family when he goes to tell them that he's fighting in the war, and they like, really? You're going to go do that?
Yeah, they were like
Right?
the intellectual
New
abolitionists.
York Yankees, right? And the South, it's the same thing. Rex is, the business entrepreneur with a lot of money who realizes, the jig's up. I got to go hide my money. Because like what happens is when the carpetbaggers come in after the war, right? Like he gets arrested, but he's like, okay, just let me out. Let me go get I have my gold hidden somewhere. You know what I mean? Like he avoids the whole war thing. He's kind of a politician who's like, yeah, the war. But then on the other side, just a businessman, it kind of reminds me of Schindler's List without being too Schindlery, but just more of just like how Schindler, these are the Nazis. Okay, let me be nice with them. Like, okay, but like, right. So like, there's a little bit of like, depending on where you're caught up in, the Pluto and Aquarius is like, you better know how to be social. You better know how to find the people that you need to find and how to work people in the right way. Like, not like work them, but like work circles and understand what you need to be productive. Because that Pluto Neptune then comes in sextile in a couple years, right? And so it's air and fire, and it's very much like, you are who you are connected to.
So be involved in helping to create some of those secret societies or secret networks that can do good during the next coming crazy times. Maybe.
I mean, I don't think they all have to be secret. I think it's like, it kind of just is, these events bring people closer and more tighter in circles. And I think, it's going to be bigger when we feel so disconnected like now. So that's kind of the sign that it's really bad coming, because we are so disconnected, because every big event like this, it brings everybody in. Right. And, because if you think of World War II, people actually felt more disconnected in the 20s, the roaring 20s. Like people were just kind of living in their own world and all that. And then the 30s and the Depression and stuff, it wasn't the kind of coming together you wanted. It was like, well, we're all going to share this little fire and this one egg. That's not the same. But, everybody felt more disconnected even being close then. But now we're really disconnected. So World War II comes and everybody fires up. The same way that Civil War comes, everybody fires up on both sides. So whether we like it or not, there's an event that fires us all up, brings us closer. But if you're not a very good social person, your productivity is going down the roof, because there's going to be this kind of place that's not, it's new territory that's not defined, whether it's business world, in all parts of it, in all parts of like civilian life and what it looks like. There's going to be all these new holes and new places to define it. So you're going to do that better with understanding how people work and which people do what, and how they do things, and what they do, and who do you know and how do you do that. Like the Zoom life on your couch, just watching on Zoom and trying to live your life with your job that way is gone. Even if there's robots, there's still going to be people wanting to connect now and understand how to get around things, to not be on a basic income, to get in. Like if you look at Ready Player One, it's like everybody just lives in fucking, shipping containers and just is in VR all day. And you have to fight in the VR world to get something. Right? So, people aren't thinking about the networking, and that's how Washington won. How to get messages, spies, all these things. So it was a social thing, and the South lost because they really put too much emphasis on one leader as the best general. So we're okay. And it's like playing Stratego. Like I planted the bombs around my flag better than the other side, when you don't even know that. Nobody probably knows that game because I'm too old now.
I know it, but I never played it. But I was just sitting here thinking, so here's the difference between the last time these transits were happening, is that we live at a time where astrology is not kept for just the elite. And
it is.
It's
still
ironic, though, that so it looks
real astrology is
I know, but it looks for all appearances, a lot of people would say, oh, astrology is everywhere, right?
No.
And that you can know, now we can know these transits. But isn't it interesting that, as you recently pointed out, a lot of the astrology organizations, during a time in which astrology has so much to say because there are so many things happening at once, it's becoming more, what do you call it, like policed or exclusive, and less for the people, but more for, it's some of the professional organizations are trying to make themselves more exclusive for certain people who do the right things to be able to go and talk about the astrology in a lot of cases. But then there's something like the Conscious Life Expo, where you have the astrology panels and many people come and have these really interesting, deep questions, and they're thinking about all these issues, and they will attend those events and think, and it will cause them to think, oh, these events are coming up astrologically, so I'm not going to fall for it, right? So there are ways that it is more popularly accessible, in even if there are still some people who want to preserve the old way that it is, right?
They're not even preserving an old way.
Well, they're preserving it in a way that's more like,
it's a construct.
They think it's the time of Nostradamus, where, okay, Nostradamus had to keep it quiet because it was viewed as like a state secret or something. And if he's out there just telling everybody about the astrology or his prophecies, something's going to happen, whether he's called a heretic or, someone in the state is going to worry that he's spilling state secrets. He's seen as a valuable commodity by lots of people, right? So it's not just out there where everybody knows the astrology.
Kind of. I mean, like, if you look at why does Nostradamus get the king's ear and through his wife, the Medici family, it's because he did make his prophecies book. Mm-hmm. So, and the community, the organizations now are trying to define what an astrologer is. So it's virtue signaling. And so you bring up the Conscious Life Expo because I've done that now since 2014 as an astrologer. And the thousands of people that are there are not there for just astrology. A lot of people that are in those panels that come to watch, and there's always the hundreds of people in the panel room. You saw the year, of course, where it was like 600 to 1,000. I mean, you know what I mean? It's been big.
Yeah.
The orgs or ISAR or any of them, or even UAC, could never do that. Mm-hmm. When I go to all these astrology things, it's like you're lucky if there's 20 to 50 people in a room to watch an astrologer. And I think that's where that Aquarius part comes in, where it's like the orgs are trying to keep it for astrologers to watch other astrologers in the lectures, because they don't know how to communicate to people outside of astrology.
Or, I mean, to me, as someone who's been in the academic world, it's very similar in the way of, we want to talk to the other people who are at our same level of understanding, so that we can, the idea in theory is so that you can become better astrologers, so that you have this discourse and everybody is seriously pursuing the intellectual aspect of it. And by presenting it to your peers, it gets better. That's the theory, right? That you're putting it out there to the public of your peers. So it's the people who get it, people who understand what that preface means in front of Nostradamus.
Right.
But the problem with that is that you aren't inviting others into the conversation. You're assuming that other people who may not be traditionally educated don't have as much to say, or that they don't have anything to offer for the debate. And you end up talking to yourself, and it's not opening it. And it's very similar to, why am I sitting here on this show right now, right? Why are both of us from our disciplines? Because I think we both see the ways that these disciplines that are very intellectual have a purpose. Like there's a function for why do we learn history, right? It's
Right.
why are we combining it with astrology? And why do we want to have people watching this and leaving comments and all of that? Because it's a conversation we're trying to open up with the knowledge and not thinking, wow, we look so smart. And we only want people in the chat who get it.
Right.
I mean, I want everybody. I want the people who aren't taking
and
it
it's
seriously.
okay if people don't.
Yeah.
I think that's the big part. Like, if you don't want to watch or you don't like it, it's not going to ruffle our feathers.
Exactly.
I mean, I think that problem, though, is the fear in the astrology community to have these talks. You know, there's been a lot of examples of like it's become so woke in the astrology. Like if somebody's lecturing and they say something the wrong way about George Floyd or any, they didn't say it the right way, or they didn't say the right way that people are supposed to be talked about in a certain way. Boom, like the whole classroom or the whole lecture comes at you. So that's why online you see the podcast and stuff. They're just so it's just very and it's very technical because they're trying to prove strength through like intellectual wit, but without even wit, because wit at least has some sort of like humor to it. It's just technical masturbation with no results that actually are really that profound. And it takes risk. I mean, being an astrologer takes risk. You have to put it on the line. You're trusting the planets to define this world and define people's lives. So a lot of astrologers aren't ready to take that full risk. You know, they sit back and go, well, traditionally Mars being here should be good, but it can be or it can't not be. You know, like they sit in that. So is it really giving people things instead of like, no, this is what happens. But the thing, going back to even John Dee or Nostradamus, both of them, is that the astrology world did not like both of them. Right? So Nostradamus and the techniques he was using, that was frowned upon to go back and use historical astrology, like look at the history through the astrology and then look at it for the current moment and then look at it in the future. That type of, that was my lecture at Conscious Life Expo, that was frowned upon by all the astrologers of the 1500s right there in that middle 1550s. Same thing with John Dee, right? Like his the Monas hieroglyphica was not acceptable by many astrologers. They just were like, this guy's coming up with his own monad and he's mixing quaternary math from Pythagoras and it's getting too Greek / right, like Egyptian. Same thing with Nostradamus. His stuff was getting too Greek / Egyptian. And that's really Hermetica, and that's really Rosicrucianism and all that. And so there's like a big, but those two guys talked in a different code and gave you everything if you were just willing to see it there. Like when you say there's so much astrology around, I go, well, not really. To me, I see it as a lot of repeating 1980 sun signs books and putting a TikTok filter on. The other way I look at it too is that the elite are going to find who are the best, and they're going to have value that's really high, and they're going to see the work they've done and how much work they've done. So if you think of the life of John Dee as an astrologer, or especially Nostradamus, their whole life is that, and the epic stuff that makes people scratch their heads like, what is he trying to do next? I don't see that. I don't see people out there like, whoa, the fuck is it? What is that? What is he? What do they do? What he or she? What are they doing right now? They just really say that? Did they just predict that? The astrology community is scared. And I think it's scary because it's like following in the footsteps of like the old guard, right? And people always get mad when I say that term. It's actually a very good term. Old guard is actually with honor and like appreciation of a generation that lived their full capacity of an art or some form of whatever they do, and that they are passing the torch with knowledge. But as the old guard is dying right now, the younger guard that's wanting to follow in those footsteps are afraid to step into their own. They're just trying to copy what the older astrologers did.
I think it's similar in many disciplines that you have an, I don't know what another word is, the ancien regime. It's the French Revolution, the old guard. You've got people who are established who aren't necessarily wanting to bring people in to and allow the light to shine on them. And there are people who do that, but it's more like we've established this precedent and you come in here and you conform to this.
Right.
Instead of welcoming in a difference of perspective. And I'm sure that does happen, right? There are a lot of efforts to bring in different perspectives in a lot of different panels. And I don't know anything about the astrology world, right?
Right.
But what I want to talk about, though, this is reminding me of is, I actually did. I hope I didn't talk about this before. I don't think I talked to you about the Doge wonder kids, like those whiz kids that are supposedly
Well, I think
helping.
we kind of touched on it, but
I just think it's really interesting that I'd been hearing so much about, people. One of the things that got repeated over and over again was, oh, Elon's, tech bros, right? Or
Right.
his 15-year-olds, like just jokingly talking
Right.
about these whiz kids. They've got all your information and all of that. And I actually was thinking, wow, who are these people? So I went and researched what is this group of these crazy kids that just stay in their mom's basement or whatever, and they're researching. Oh my gosh, the first thing I see is one of the guys is at the University of Nebraska, I think, where obviously there's professors that are letting him expand and figure out his way, where he's used AI to translate or to figure out how to read, I think, some of the roles that were found in Pompeii.
oh, okay, yeah.
And I'm just like, what in the world? And he won, I think, a $40,000 prize for his work on that. And it's just, I think it's amazing to bring in these people with different perspectives. Like let's not forget that we're going to die and there's going to be other people who also want to be Americans and they
Right.
would like to also, or there are other people who want to be astrologers. And there's never in any time in history I can alleviate anyone's concerns about this. Things people believe and know that as fact have never stayed the same.
Right.
I mean, can you think of any fact? I guess
Well, I mean,
I will always lose my phone if Neptune is in
Right.
Pisces. I don't know, but
I think the at least for the longest period of time, astrology and the planets and the rotations and their precise exact positions is the one constant. That's the math. That's always for sure. Nothing on Earth is ever for sure, except for that the sun will rise and set, and the planets will be on the ecliptic, and the sun and the moon will be on the ecliptic.
but even there, isn't that stuff kind of slightly moving over?
Well, no,
many,
not
many
from a
years?
state of the understanding of the ecliptic,
Okay, that's right.
right? So there's precession of the equinoxes, but there's the moon and the sun are not going to deviate too far away, and the planets especially too are not going to deviate from the ecliptic unless it's Pluto, right? That's about to go out of bounds south, rare, or, they still are in view besides Pluto, but like they're still in view, the sun, the moon, when they, when the moon goes out of bounds in the north and the south, like they're still in view. They just might be a couple degrees more off the eclipse, But the thing that gwas me is like Isaac Newton, he had all of his younger students, right? Like when I think of the Doge thing at St. John D, all of his younger students helping at the library or any great, or even like Manly P. Hall to get more closer, the amount of people that he had at his research library in LA and all that stuff, it's kind of crazy to think, well, you can't trust these people, like they have all the most young upcoming talent in these areas. It's kind of crazy to think that
it's not fair to also decide to just to not give people a chance, give people a chance to shine and be who they are. It's so odd to me. It reminds me of when we were talking about vampires. I'm making a really crazy connection, but it's that urge to, I'm never going to die. I want to be immortal, right? This whole, I'm going to spend all of the tax dollars or all of the subjects' money trying to find my potion so I can live forever, Charles II, right? Just that it's the wrong priorities to decide that you're going to invest the future's resources in making sure there's no change today, that you get to keep your workers who are, like in their current state, and we're all going to have to go to war to stop this because you want to continue to live, to be Scarlett O'Hara. You don't want to, you're sick of drapes for clothing. You want your hoop skirts, you want your lemonade on the lawn, you want Ashley, and you don't care what it takes to get it, right? It's just, it's so unspiritual. It's just the thing that's the thing as a historian or an astrologer, what you hope you see is people becoming more enlightened. And I believe people are. So I'm always more of an optimist about those sorts of things.
You know what's funny? Because if you use Scarlett O'Hara, like Michael Luton always used to say, she's a Scorpio.
Oh, she seems
right.
Like
She's never satisfied. She's always wanting the person she can't have. But I had a little talk with him at UAC 2018 about it, and he brought up some fun things. He's like, well, like the Civil War, Neptune in the 6th house for Scorpios. I was like, oh, that's so true. That when the Civil War happened, if you just like go into the character, she's a fictional character, but if you put her as a Scorpio, that would be Neptune in the 6th in Aries, like the world you thought that was defined, that's moving and shifting, and she believes is going to happen and it's not, right? And then it's like throwing her in the face of serving, which she chooses not to do, like with the baby, like when Ashley's wife is having the fucking kid, and she's keeping a slave there still when the house is bombarded. There's nothing left around, and Sherman's bombing the whole place. She's like runs into the town, and it's like one doctor, and there's like 100,000 dead people, and she's like, the baby's being born. I need your help. And he's like, I can't help you with the baby. You need to come out here and help me. And she's like, no. And then runs back to the house and doesn't know what to do. That's the funny part. It reminds me of like nepotism that's happening, but in a new way. Like I understand like the formation of DEI, but what it turned into was a form of like a DEI nepotism of like, well, you get it because like how nepotism in families work. Like right now on the Lakers, you have a fucking an NBA player whose kid is playing with him.
Is that still? Is he still there?
Yeah. Right. Okay. So that's nepotism, but that's what's happening in the astrology community. Is like, oh, you know what? We have the same woke mindset. So, and you know what? We need to look diverse. So I don't know how good you are with the astrology, but it's good enough because it sounds like you know what you're talking about, but you fill the role that I want you to be.
Yeah, and it's
really weird.
I think it's what you're saying is also people that it's not even about whether the astrology is good or not. It's just wanting to have a certain look to the people presenting. Maybe I don't know if that's the case. I know I'm going by what you're just saying. So
no, I mean they've erased all the stuff off their websites over the last couple of years, but there is something called Wayback Machine. That was what my Substack was about, but I didn't even go deeper down that hole for people because I'm not about to General Sherman them right now. But that's kind of what's coming is like they don't realize that Wayback Machine captured all their DEI stuff in the astrology community. So all their ethical stuff that they put out, they tried to erase it by just like, and even like the new UAC 2026, the way that they put it is they're trying to look like that's gone. But when you go to the orgs that support it, they even did DEI of like who's going to be the head of it and all this kind of stuff now, and changed a bunch of things to make it so like nuanced. Like, no, we're not doing that. We're not that anymore. But you still have an org who in 2025 supports COVID testing, and if you don't test, you're not allowed in. When the test doesn't even work.
That's still a policy.
That's still
right now.
a policy right
Because that
now.
is-
It's insane.
That's the part.
And so
that I don't get.
anybody with the brain, would be like, if that's one of the orgs supporting it, who's not to say that, gosh, a month before the big convention that we do every 6 to 8 years, like who's not to say that now that org that's gone so super rogue and also very authoritarian because they don't want dissenting voices because they know those voices won't take a test. So it's an intentional thing. They say it's for the health because there's elderly people there, but they know the tests don't really work.
Well, I think.
And so if one thing happens, right, like a month before, who's not to say that org's going to come in and go, we need to have all this stuff. And so you buy your tickets, you buy a trade booth there. I didn't submit this year. I'm like, I'm not going to submit to be a speaker. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go. And that's why I made that thing, because it's like, people aren't thinking like a month before. All you need is that org to come in and go crazy again, or any of that. And that's where we're at in the astrology community and they've never accepted big astrologers with big followings as far as let's bring them all together to help people even understand there are these orgs, right? And then the way they traditionally actually worked, which was really truly like about who's really good astrologers and wanting to have good talks and do all these things. They wanted you to pay for a membership and they didn't do anything. And then I complained about that with ISAR in 2016. And then finally they were like, oh, well, we're going to put out a webinar once in a while. Like, and nobody watches them. They get like 50 views. They have like, no, it's really wild that we're in a world right now where like a little small group of people is just really there just to support the other people and just want to hear each other.
But then I think
get off.
The issue is that they feel, I would imagine that they feel they're doing the right thing, that they're doing their part to dismantle a structure that they see as having not worked properly, right? That they need to do something to remedy wrongs of old. I mean,
well, without looking at their own wrongs.
Yeah, but what's interesting is that it is replicating in exactly the same astrology. When we were talking about etiquette, for example, right, with Pluto and Aquarius, I don't know if it was Pluto and Aquarius. What we talked about etiquette in one episode.
Oh yeah,
and I'm
of
thinking
when
that,
you need to use it, though. Yeah.
Yeah, but what's interesting is that what's happening is this implicit, like under the radar understanding now. It's like, how did all those states know, okay, we're seceding now? There was something happening where they were communicating.
Blue
right?
sky.
So it's this implicit understanding of who belongs and who doesn't. And then how are we going to determine who is one of us? It's the secret society. You need your secret password.
It's
you know
blue
the secret
sky.
knock. All of that.
Blue butterfly.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just, and I think everybody should be on every platform to reach more people. If you believe in what you're doing and if you have a true mission, it's not about what do we look like if we invite this person.
I know.
It's not about that. It is about the multitude of voices on each side and generational. I strongly believe in handing things over to the next generation and to be bringing new generations up. But I guess as a professor, right, that's the part of my job that I enjoy the most is to help people find their voice and to help them to go out into the world and figure out what they're doing, right? That's what I would assume astrologers are doing too. And if you, I mean, for example, this is the first time, I'm sorry, I'm going on, I'm on a
you're
soapbox
good.
now, but this was the first time in a long time that I had a class when they introduced themselves, I asked them about their favorite historic figure or something like that. I was so shocked that so many of them said George Washington. I was thinking, what happened? That hasn't happened in a long time.
Wow.
But what it was, and I realized this because my son is the same generation as a lot of these students, it was Hamilton, David, that so many people watched that, got interested in it. Then they went and read biographies. I've got one person who collects actual documents. I was thinking, I mean, he needs to get in touch with you, but he goes out and looks for rare documents from the Revolutionary era on vellum, and somehow was buying them and said he would bring some in, like he's got a letter from George Washington to Benedict Arnold or something like that.
Wow.
And I'm just thinking that if somebody had, because there's other things like, you know what, more people support different political opinions too than some people of different generations, right? But if you're going to get hung up on, are you red or blue? Who did you vote for? Oh no, you're not the right person. Or did you take this shot? Or did you do this or that? You can't invite the people in, and you're never going to have that conversation. So,
Well, it'd be like, and I love that you bring that up because like it's cool that the younger generations, you know, it's not like Colin Kaepernick or something, even though he's still alive. But that's what they want. They want you to bend the knee like Colin Kaepernick. So they want to like restrict you so far that you end up bending the knee down. But the other thing about it too is like, okay, it should be neutral in the sense of like, it doesn't matter what you are. But that'd be like me is if I ran these orgs or I was part of them and I was on a board and we were all like right wingers or something, right? And we're like, okay, how are we going to make sure that we don't have these dissenting voices? Because what they're doing is test them, because nobody who's really, you know, on our side, they don't want to take a COVID test. So put the COVID test out there that they won't come. So if I was a right winger, I'd be like, if you have purple hair or colored hair, a nose ring, you have a pronoun, you're not allowed to come. Or I would do genetic testing because they're doing crazy shit like testing. I'm not saying I would do this, but this is like to help see the opposite side. It'd be like, did you ever fuck with your hormones? Did you ever try to maybe be trans? Did you ever try to do something like that? Because, you know, the energy of people 15 feet away from you affects you. So you're going to affect everybody else. Like they don't understand the game that they're playing is that if it was flipped on them, they would fucking go crazy. And so when they say I'm going crazy by having just conversations and making, you know, articles, and it's not that crazy. I'm not threatening them. I'm not, it's just about neutrality. And like, do you have to like look at it through that lens? Like, you know, it's wild. And even if you want to look at it that lens, and let's have some good debate about it. Like, show me in the astrology where you see that viewpoint works. And they don't even want to do that. So that's where I feel like the astrology community is dead as far as the idea of a community, because everybody there's a lot of people online doing it. But the fact that people try to coalesce around like this one podcast, that's really boring. And it's like, I want them to see me, so let me prove how great they are. Like, that's sad because they encourage the people doing these things in these boards. So like the people that are on these boards only praise that podcast. So the podcast is used as the hub. So that's what's happened. It's like everybody has to rally and get the right astrologer on that looks like they're neutral, but they're really not. And they're friends with that person, and they only allow that alignment of people that are all in the same alignment. And that's it. And because that happened to me in 2018 with Astrology Hub, it was like, oh, you know what? When I brought up Venus, Saturn, and just being like, yeah, like could be a hard aspect if you're especially feminine, you know, because it could be like a guy trying to control you or something. And it was like right when the Brett Kavanaugh hearings were happening. I don't know if you remember that. And then they were like, you're I'm like, what? Some lady in the chat was like, you're bringing up Brett. I'm like, I'm not bringing up Brett Kavanaugh. I'm not even trying to talk about him. Where are you even connecting those two things? Like it was like some psychotic person. And the fact that Astrology Hub did not back me up and just allowed that to just pass. That was an intention. They don't have anybody with, if you go to them, you go to the astrology podcast, you go, none of them, well, you'll hear nothing that's opposite a different look, period. So you can't call yourself the astrology podcast when it's one kind of astrology. You can't call yourself the astrology hub when it's not one kind. Where I have all the people on my Leo King, ironically enough, that's from all sides. I've interviewed every astrologer that I can that was willing to, and we all probably have like way different opinions about the world, but we can agree on talking about astrology with open arms, but they don't know open arms.
I do believe that more open exchange is coming back, and because I just see a difference in conversations that I think the issue is that you're looking at an old institution that just went through Pluto and Capricorn, and it's still hanging on to the old ways of you need to check all the boxes to be an actual real astrologer or whatever.
Loyalists.
It could be the loyalists. It could be the people that, and you know what? King George stayed on the throne, and people wanted to be part of a country where the king went mad.
Right.
And there was a regent, and that's fine. It's part of Earth, of having all these different experiences. But probably King George, when he had his sanity, right, and he was interested in things like agriculture and all of that, they brought people from all different perspectives, because in the end, and this is what the arguments about diversity and equity are, is that with a multitude of perspectives, you get a better final product. But that means you really have a multitude of perspectives. You allow in the prize-winning University of Nebraska student who can figure out how to decode Pompeii rolls,
right,
with which professors for eons weren't able to do. Like, he figures out how to use new technology, and does it. And nobody's screaming about, I'm going to lose my job because he's using AI. Like, he's figuring out, how do we further knowledge, right?
I know.
And it's about making an environment in which people can come together and have the conversations that really are hermetic and really do help us all. And because we can take that information then and see it from whatever our own lens is, right? But you need to have truly open spaces where, you can have the academic people who want to have their fully academic environment that's closed off. And I don't even know, right? But don't say it's the institution that represents everybody, right? Don't make it be your certification needs to come from this group if you're not truly open to all. And I know, I understand the other perspective, but it's not, it is not fully open.
What happened is, and I'm going to get a lot of shit for saying this. Hold on. I just wanted this little fact here, and I'm not even, it's just, so, and I'm going to get in a lot of shit for doing this. Should I do it? But I should. So what happened in the astrology community, and actually this astrologer is not the problem at all. Richard Tarnas is a great astrologer, but because he went to Harvard, because he had degrees, because he was in the academia world. So it was like the highest astrologer in the academia world. And he makes a book about the outer planets and seeing events in history. So he's doing mundane astrology, so he's a great astrologer. And the fucking astrology community banked on this guy to like give the credibility that astrologers will never get. The one thing that every astrologer has to realize when they come into it is you are never going to get the populace to love you, period. I learned that the hard way young on TV. And so they banked on him and they all try to copy that. So it's not his fault because he's doing the job that he wants to do. But then they tried to make a documentary and they thought it was going to be big, an astrology thing and a movie and all that. And it didn't go anywhere because the organizations don't have a lot of people and they don't like people who have a lot of reach and people who have like not an academia vibe that speak freely. And it's the funniest part is that they subconsciously don't realize that they got pissed of people like me who got out there and were all over the mainstream world and on Netflix and on fucking E and on fucking Steve Harvey and on ABC and on all that stuff and have my own magazine and a thing. And I didn't have to play academia or my degree at Harvard or go to a Jungian school and, you know, and start adding cosmological blah, blah, blah to it. And it pisses them off. So that's why they don't, because they're trying to find that within themselves. So their Messiah didn't do their thing. Their Robert Hand didn't deliver them this world-renowned astrologer. And that's what's funny is if you look at astrologers through history, the ones that are remembered, the biggest names, Nostradamus, John Dee. I mean, you can give some to a couple others, but it's kind of funny. Like a bigger name is like a name that most people cringe at. It's like a devil worshiper, you know, like, whoa, wait, what? Or it's not a long list. Like William Lilly, sure, that's just because he did get to do the coronation chart for Charles II after the Civil War. And of course said, no, this is a bad chart. It was John Dee who got to do Elizabeth I's coronation though. You know what I mean? And the problem is those astrologers that are known go way against the system, have been arrested, are fucking rebels, full-blown rebels. That being the academic astrologer, you do not get written down in history. Nobody cares. Like Marcus Manilius, who was, you know, the astrologer to the Caesars of the Golden Age, literally, right? His astrology was in poems. He wrote poems about astrology. Of course, he did some more than that, but the rebellion in that is it's not an academic, very technical thing. And if anything, it's the common denominator of the two biggest in the world, John Dee and Nostradamus, is they both scried. They both channeled. They both were willing to channel. They were both willing to like go down the rabbit holes that are very conspiratorial of how that magic works. And so what you see in the traditional astrology community and even in a lot of these famous, more famous now TikTok astrologers, they don't even know how to even think that way or look down that hole. Or they spend their money more on how to look good on Instagram or TikTok than they do to buy the actual book. The fact that I had to sit out here and bring a fucking 1861 exact edition of what they gave out during the Civil War, I didn't even know, but I found it and bought it, or the first Federalist book that's complete. And this is just the two of those little things. I can always find a book to connect to the place or research, and that's what you see. What did John Dee have? A library. What did Nostradamus have? The books that he says he burned, that were the ones that weren't on Amazon's top list.
They weren't on the Kindle that could be changed,
Yeah.
because you can't download it, right? It's
And they said things in times. I just got to say this, right? They both talked about a republic in time of monarch. They both talked about this freedom that can be found in the future, and that in a time when to even suggest that there would be no monarch and people could rule themselves was blasphemy. It was the worst thing that you could really say. And in many ways, they didn't die because it was almost like the monarchs respected them because they had more balls than any other person in the whole kingdom to say those things and put those down on paper and go against the religious norms and put it out. So like, I do not find inspiration at all by these astrologers. I don't, and I don't fault people for finding inspiration in these people because people find it wherever they do, but they're not going to be remembered. It's not that fun to just piggyback off other astrologers from the past without finding a way to take it to the next level.
Well, it's not. I think the idea too is it's this misguided idea that your job is to preserve the inherited wisdom, and you are keeping it in a certain way that's making it digestible for the new generation that you've decided. The central players have decided this is what is going to be the new astrology, or the new whatever it is. It's being policed from the inside instead of the less certain, idea of let's just see what happens. Let's throw this open. If we invite people in and we don't know what they're going to say, they might actually do prophecies and predictions. They might be weirdos that do all sorts of strange things. Like, if you feel that that astrology is the science that you want to police in your way, let the people in so that you can hear what they're doing. But then you could also say, well, what about this? Like, you can also allow them to be part of the dialogue where maybe other people understand your perspective. Do you know what I mean? Like, the academic idea of an academic setting where people can converse, it goes both ways. And that's the nature of how an academic environment ever came to be in the first place. It was never the people who already knew things who decided we're teaching people the things we already know. Right. Universities were established because information was coming in and people wanted to gather and talk about it. They wanted to write the books down. They wanted to copy books and distribute the knowledge and be able to talk about it. And it was limited. When it was limited by the fact that not everybody was literate. That it was a different time. Yeah. You had to have people who only did farming so that everybody could survive. In today's world, what's the point of having this closed system of we are the ones who know the right way? Like, if I have to see another label on a video about, this is dangerous knowledge, whatever it is, come on. Like, if you don't talk about the dangerous knowledge, you never arrive at the truth. And I know people who are watching this show right now, we all know that. It's just very frustrating to see that mentality of a cloister. It's just the counter Reformation reaction to the Reformation. It's the doubling down on circle the wagons because there's just wacky people out here and we don't want them in.
That's true. But the wacky people were the ones that they weren't wacky though. That's the fun. The wacky is my question to my own self is when I watch the quote unquote establishment astrologers now, I think of Isaac Newton and how he got to where in the monarch and, you can do the treasuries now, you can do this. But when he was at the Church of England, he didn't believe in the Trinity. So he had to keep that secret. And that teaches me a lesson is what do they really feel that they're not saying? That it's not so much about them just following, it's the other part that they are touting things that they don't believe in order to stay relevant. And that's what disgusts me about Isaac Newton, is because that's not something John Dee would do, or that's not something that Edward Kelly would do. That's not something that, you know, Robert Flood would do. That's not something any true spiritual person would do with
But they're not
with
in
the
the
knowledge.
textbook
You know what I
on
mean?
the first chapter, though. I mean, that's the thing that we have to recognize, that it's. I believe, obviously, there's a lot of value in the learning that you find at universities. Obviously, right? I think there's so much value there, but it ought to be open to everybody. Nobody should have to. I keep thinking about this, so I'm going to bring it up. That the other day I was watching Gemini Brett. I love to watch Gemini Brett stuff, and he had someone on who has studied Greek on his own and learned the language on his own, and not in an academic environment. Oh no, heaven forbid that somebody actually got the knowledge on their own. And he began his conversation, or began talking, by saying, "Please forgive me, I might not be pronouncing this right, and you'll have to excuse, it's all self-taught." I don't want to hear people having to excuse themselves for being self-taught. You know what I mean? Like, if we live in a truly open world, you can decide you're interested in learning Greek and you go and do it. And if you come forward and you're talking to someone who knows, oh yeah, you mispronounced it. Whatever. First of all, who's alive that speaks ancient Greece? So why do we have to pronounce it that way? But
I know.
You know what I mean? It should be about wanting to pass on the knowledge, and the fact that somebody was so smart that they could do that on their own and they didn't need the university. It doesn't make one type of learning better than the other. And that's just what frustrates me as someone who has worked with students who become really interested in history, for example, that they, for the first time, I've had students who for the first time will say, "Wow, I never thought I was smart," or, and I actually felt that way myself. It's probably coming from me, like going through the university system myself, thinking, wow, I didn't know I could do this, right? Because you're taught so often that you're just not learning the right way, or you're not expressing yourself the right way. And it's confusing. It's like designed to confuse people so that not everybody pursues the education, because you don't only have to learn the topic, you have to learn, well, what's the way that these people pronounce it in this institution? And then what are the things I shouldn't be saying while I'm saying it? And you end up being Isaac Newton, who has a nervous breakdown because he can't figure out how he's supposed to act, and he knows that he believes that there's a unity, it's not a trinity, right?
Is used as a prop piece as he dies for this new way of how sciences look, to get rid of the old esoteric way, to move it into the new scientific revolution. Like
so he has this
he's
legacy,
used as a pawn.
But
you know what I mean?
Was he happy himself? Or was it the people who propped him up and built him his monument?
I know.
It's just.
And I think for me to finish, I would look at it as the Timothy Leary, who was Harvard's head of Department of Psychology, and literally was testing on LSD and psilocybin, and did it himself and did it with his students, and then got fired, and then became a true social juggernaut who defied every part of the system that he could. And so, like, the idea is like that he had, and I like Ram Dass, don't get me wrong, but Ram Dass is pussy. That's why Timothy Leary will be remembered more, right? Because of the rebellion that he did. I mean, just to even go and make debates with, on Cronkite and all these things in those old days, and tell him, I think that we should have the society where if you want to do the LSD with your kid, that's allowed to be with you and the parents, and we shouldn't have to do all this. He predicted what would happen with technology in the 60s. He got arrested for smoking weed, and that was how they tried to get him in jail forever. And he never stopped. Even on his deathbed, he's the first guy to use live stream and to live stream his death doing balloons of nos, smoking weed. When he died, the day he died, he just did nos balloons and was live streaming in 2000. Like,
Live streaming.
or Albert Hoffman, right? Like, who created LSD. He was a pharmaceutical scientist that was a, chemist, and literally was like trying to find a cure for like headaches and stuff like that, and created LSD and off the mold off rye and synthesized it and took it himself and took the famous bike ride as the same astrology of Uranus we're in right now. And then lived to be 100 years old, because there's something weird about people who take LSD that live longer. And why does every billionaire have an LSD background, meaning that they've taken real LSD multiple times? If you look at the list of billionaires, they've all taken LSD. Steve Jobs, even Bill fucking Gates, of all people. That's the one common denominator. And they all left college. So I say to every astrologer out there, leave the org and the idea of what is the norms and the tradition, because you won't go anywhere. And then there's the ones that are, I call them the clown show, that are so far removed that they're just copying what other people are saying and trying to twist it. So there's no deep discussion. It's quick videos, and you can't feel what they're going towards, and there's no innovative thought or different viewpoint that nobody's heard before. So that's the carnies waiting to find people to see them, but nobody sees carnies at a carnival. We push them to the side subconsciously, like, oh, you're selling the ticket, you're selling the popcorn, yeah, thanks. Let me get back to my ride. So that's where it's at. It's like there's a carnival show, and then there's the people that want to stay on the same trail, and both sides don't get remembered. So astrology is a very thin number of people who will be remembered. It'll be the most rebellion ones that speak up when nobody's speaking up. And then that's what's funny is, like, there's been a lot of astrologers over the Biden administration who are speaking up for these justice warrior stuff, but it didn't have the moral compass for it. So nobody is remembered for, that'd be like during Martin Luther speaking against Martin Luther. Like, that's not going to be remembered. The only people that remember that are like the Pope that spoke out against him, that he was, like stuff like that. Like, you don't want to be on that side. Well,
they did, because they didn't get excommunicated that way.
Yeah, so
for them, they were saved in their own universal belief system, right? So it was more about if you were saying, "Oh yeah, Martin Luther, I'm on Martin Luther's side," or wait, you against Martin Luther? I'm standing up against Martin Luther.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
Right? Well,
nobody remembers the people who probably were big during that time period that spoke out against and had a little power trip. Nobody remembers that.
Except for Henry VIII.
Yeah, but he actually used it as his way to go against it in the end. So there's always a chance. God always gives a chance. But I think that's where we're at now it's a brave new world, literally. I'm not trying to say pun intended, but it is, with Neptune and Aries and Saturn coming in, and it's not for those that follow. Like, the territory must be unknown. So that's like the big, I would say, like, every astrologer can say a million things, but the one thing with where we're going is the territory is unknown if you're on the right side. It's very unknown. And it's because you're creating something that's never been done before. That's what Washington and the founding fathers did. It was unknown what would happen. And then, yeah, and that's what Abraham Lincoln did too. And then that's the correlation of like, whether you like Trump or not, is what he's doing. And, you know, the fallacies of Washington and Lincoln and Trump, there's fallacies with every person. So it's like also this crazy idea that there's a perfect person. There's not. So like, it's kind of weird because it's like, you could tell people like will accuse me of being a cult leader, but like, fuck, I have so much hate that it's kind of fun. It's kind of funny because like, I'm like, if you look at the other side of the fence, there's no hate, meaning that that's more of a cult, right? Like that's a cult, like where there is like, follow the way we do it.
Don't dissent.
Say the words that we say. Use a whole sign chart. Like blue sky is the new whole sign chart in astrology. You can automatically tell if you're somebody who listens to the astrology podcast and you just follow that way of doing astrology as if that's the only way to do it because you use a whole sign chart. Guaranteed they have a blue sky app that they're posting right now on.
You have blue sky too.
I know I posted 2 things as they're tests. And I'll go into any place and test. And all I got out of that test was I found the Underground Railroad of dissenting Southern Confederate wannabe slave lovers and shot lovers and every single person who is clinging on to wanting to be seen in some sort of wannabe intellectual circle. Or extreme carnival social justice one. So I think it's going to get messy. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Beyond messy, but yeah, like, and I think that people shouldn't be shocked. I think that's the thing, is the idea that people are so shocked. And nothing that, like Trump's not going to have everything go the way he wants either. Nobody is. So you can't be a blind, Trump's the perfect person and he's going to save everything. And you can't be then this side that's dissenting him is the right people. It's more like, we don't know. We're going to all have to deal with some major events that are going to be very difficult to navigate. And so you want to trust within your own moral compass and your moral self and not be following, but you're guiding through spirit through it, not a human. Because everybody followed Robert E. Lee, and if we read his journals. You want to talk about religious white supremacy love? And we are ordained by God to treat all these black slaves. Their life is better with us. He wrote about that a lot, more than battles in that period when Virginia seceded. Like he was on blue sky.
Oh my gosh, that's the opposite of what people think.
No, but oh yeah, that's the inverse though, is that the people think like, no, this is the moment where this looks like fascism and this looks like this. When we just got out of fascism. We just got out of it. What are you talking about? Like, that was insane. Everything Hitler did, like, to a point, forced vaccination, censorship in the media, like propping up, this is how it has to be. Like, and then, like people don't realize there was that mixed with communism. So it was a hybrid of fascism and communism in one. which was a dangerous combination. But you can't, hybrids never survive anything good. So like if it would have been pure communism, it would have probably prevailed. Or if it would have been pure fascism, it would have prevailed. But whenever you're trying to mix a part of something into something, it's not going to work. Like alchemy teaches that. So, like if you try to mix copper, Venus, and you try to mix too many planets, and you throw in a psi, which is Neptune, PSI, it's going to get really messy. too many compounds don't get you the result you want. So it's pretty simple. So yeah, I think this was crazy, but it was good.
How did we get from the Civil War to all that we've just been talking about? Anyway, that's just what our conversations do. And
actually, there's a point that even though it was about like astrology and academia, and it helps people see that there's a schism happening, a split happening in everything, in the corporate world, in family life. So there's people who now are wanting families, and then people are like, fuck families, and I'm going to fucking cut off my dick, I'm going to cut my ovaries out, and unless you're wearing a blue sky thing, right? Like every place is at this schism. So so whether we talked about it from the lens of academia mixed with astrology and other places, or figures that rebelled, that it's weird. The rebels win in every way. In history, they always win. Like they always are the most revered historical figures. But they're not kind of known for that. They kind of get written as good people, but then you look behind and you're like, this person was a rebel. Right? Like we forget George Washington was the ultimate rebel. First. Like that's really what it was. But it's the stuff after the rebellion that he's known for. First president. But that's something that comes last. Right? So the rebellion parts are not what are remembered first. And that's how I know there's a lot of sad ass people out there, because they're so afraid to be a rebel. Being on an app like Blue Sky is the most unrebellious thing there's ever been. It's nothing.
I think they feel like they are the sons of liberty of today, or the people of liberty, not the sons, the
sons and daughters,
siblings of liberty.
Sons and daughters of liberty, yeah. Well, but they wouldn't do that. They, there's a whole Reddit blog about me, and like because I'm a Mayflower descendant, right, in a Mayflower society, that I'm bad because of that. So imagine an astrologer out there who has direct grandfathers who fought in the American Revolutionary War, or they're a daughter to a great grandfather that fought in the Revolutionary War. Like they're not going to go sign up for DAR, for Daughters of the American Revolution. They don't want the community to know that. If anything, they're going to go in a field and burn a flag and try and, go to the first Native American they see and say, smack me in the face with an axe and kill me, please.
Well, maybe.
No?
But here's what I want to say. In my expert astrological opinion, I would guess, though, isn't the time for underground movements of the siblings of liberty, all of that stuff, it's not where we are right now. Like the time where you gather around the rebellion is, I don't know, is that Pluto Sagittarius? I don't know when that starts, right? We're past that point now. Or if you look at history and you know the astrology, don't you look and say, okay, well, now is not the time. I mean, this is going in a circle, but this is not the time to be circling into your own little exclusive community and thinking you're going to rebel or overturn a system. Because the system already, didn't the system already fall? And I mean, in Pluto and Aquarius, you do have rebellions. I'm thinking historically, right? But they kind of build off of the movements that started way back when
Pluto Capricorn, yeah.
But even before that,
Yeah,
like
that's
the
true too.
ideas come
Yeah.
from the 1690s
Right.
or whatever, that it just builds and builds. And you can think of that earlier. You could do Renaissance, Reformation. It's that you've got a period of time, like you've pointed out, that one of the things that's the most fascinating to me about what you point out with the Pluto generations that we lived through and we're living through right now is the diversity. It's truly diverse in the number of different Pluto generations that interact at this time.
Yes, at one time, yeah.
And so we're not going to have that moving forward, right? But there's something unique about a period of time where you have a generational clash that survived through, like, let's go from World War I is probably like Pluto Gemini, right? Or I don't remember, but that's where we even first get this idea of there's a lost generation. Then you go on, like you were talking about before, you go through this period of peace and depression, you go through another war, you go through the Cold War, Vietnam, right. All these things, just like one crazy thing after another. And now we're turning the corner into that other side of less, whatever it is. I don't know. I'm interested to know, when Pluto hits this other side of the zodiac, are there rebellions that are successful? Are there major turnovers?
Yeah, because I believe, and my proof is in my hypergate schools that the ancients knew about Pluto 500 years ago. Right? So obviously so did the founding fathers that were Masons. So they knew. So I'll put it this way, because there's a lot of people out there. The number one question is, how do I get my family member to understand what's going on or whatever, right? That's always been the number one thing, next to when does this all end?
Right.
But Pluto at the end of Capricorn seals your fate. It's like the wax big stamp of fate that you can't shift. So like Benjamin Franklin's son, he sealed his fate. No, I'm not going to join the rebellion. And so Benjamin takes his grandson and he sealed his fate. The fate's sealed already. But what Pluto and Aquarius works with is, like, if you, let's say you are DAR, Mayflower Society or whatever, you're part of some group. It's a social understanding that your family, because evolution is always in the opposite point of Pluto. So that's in Leo, which is genealogy and your family line. The fact that we're in a world, the only thing that helps us understand how humanity works is Leo. Love, your genealogy. So it's like when the left talked about reparations, it's like they have to use genealogy to know that your great-great-great-grandfather was a slave or grandmother. You just can't be like, well, just because I'm white, I'm from the Mayflower. No, there's a difference between direct descendant and a cousin. You don't get in the Mayflower Society unless it was a direct descendant from the very few 52 people that made it to Plymouth on the Mayflower. I have family on the Speedwell, but there is no Speedwell certificate that left with the Mayflower but had to go back. Or on the Fortune, the second ship to come in 1621 that I had a Palmer on. There is no. It's second place. It's right. So there's something about this part that, like, the way that if you think of Washington and what's happening at that time if we were to like know all of the deeper secrets of his life and Benjamin Franklin, they know all these different knowledge, and they know these markers of like your family in England did this. So if you look at every president besides Biden, which was really weird, they all have the same bloodline. He didn't fall into the bloodline. And so of course it was easy to know Trump would be back in, but like you have to be in that bloodline. Or why Kamala, when her bloodline has a little bit, but not strong. And what's ironic is it all comes back to the monarchs. So like, you know, every president, including Obama, their bloodline goes back to the monarchs of England. All of them. And so blood is the currency of the future. So like what your bloodline has done is your ancestry. So if you go to Africa, what's their spiritual modality? Connecting with your ancestors. The number one thing the shamans are going to get you to do. Number one. It's the same in these societies. So it's like, and it's not nepotism, because just because you have the bloodline doesn't mean you do it. If you spiritually think about it, there's people that are in these families' bloodlines that have it, but they don't do anything with it. It's those that feel the calling from the ancestors to do it. You're here to fulfill what all the work of your ancestors did prior for the thousands of years. So like the key that they've wanted with the COVID vax or everything is to try and get people's blood and to manipulate it and forget their past. Because if you think about when the COVID shot came out in COVID, it was when they started to do this. You need to knee down because you're a white person, you're bad. Imagine just doing that to any race. Like, imagine doing that to Japanese people. Like, you fucking had kamikaze fucking, you know, suicide bombers. Like, you need to fucking apologize for your Japanese emperor's, you know, shit. Or you're German, you need to fucking get on your knee right now, because obviously I can look up that last name and it's probably Austrian or it's fucking German and you're a Nazi. Right? Like, they're not looking at it from like that. They're looking at it just like, well, they're blanketing it. They're making you forget what's really there and what was the work that was done. And the irony is, if you go into genealogy, it's easy to see using the Civil War. They were in the South. Were they a slaveholder? That was the first thing I did. Make sure I didn't have anybody in that line anywhere. I was like, thank God. Everybody was in the North because they came on Plymouth. So the irony of the whole Mayflower thing, it's not the Mayflower that's bad. It's the ones that chose to go south and stay Confederates. That because it was the Democrat Party, you're not allowed to go after Confederates unless it's Robert E. Lee's statue. But the whole rest of them, you can't talk about them. Because in genealogy, that's like, there's another part, because the LDS Church, right, Latter-day Saints, which is the Mormons, they run all the genealogy sites. So they let you, once you really have, like, you know, with my 6,400 people in my tree. Once you're in there, I can run all these cool things. So it's like LDS, like wives, right, that were part of, you know, the beginning of the church, right, to English monarchs, to presidents, of course, to really random things. But like that's the interesting part, is in those groups, you have to ask for access. Because you know that you're a unique spiritual person who has a ancestry line of people who were willing to do all that shit. People have it within them, but they've been forced not to look. And then I'll end with this. This is gonna fucking piss people off. Why did people's parents and grandparents and great grandparents choose to not keep the understanding of the line?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Because they weren't doing anything spiritual. It's the churches, it's the Quakers, it's the Mormons, it's the Mayflower, it's all of the spiritual things kept the understanding of the line. That wherever your gap is in your genealogy tree is the people that were not spiritual, didn't give a fuck. So to have that knowledge so far back is a conquest of how powerful your ancestry line is. But we have been, we have David Icke's out there saying, oh no, it's because you're a lizard or because you're part of a bad group of people or whatever. But it's quite the opposite. David Icke can't probably trace back too much farther than he even knows. It's more of his own subconscious upsetness that he doesn't have a spiritual line that goes that far and he doesn't connect with his own ancestors. And maybe he only sees reptilians because maybe his ancestors are reptilians. I don't know. I'm not trying to say that either, but it's kind of an interesting question that nobody's probably asked him or challenged him with. So that's the secret, is why are those little organizations out there that don't do ads on Facebook, don't do ads on Instagram. DAR, Sons of American Revolution, they don't advertise. Mayflower Society, they don't advertise. Why? You have to know internally to go. Masons just started advertising recently. So there's a problem there. Rosicrucians don't advertise. You have to be guided in to know. So we're in a world that a lot of normies, which is a lot more people, there's a ton of spiritual people in the community that are normies. They don't realize it because they're not willing to go deep yet. Full for real. Hardcore. Full day. Every day. They say you need to put 10 years in. And like, there's distractions. And so that's where somebody as dumb as Robert E. Lee thinks he can win a war with a bunch of hick, unintellectual, racist slaveholders and people who beat slaves. And think that he's going to beat a bunch of people who have morals and don't want to see that in the country. Do you think that this civil war that's happening now of people who are pushing against morals and cutting kids' dicks off and choosing people based off their skin color, which is what Martin Luther King was against, are going to win? No. That's like the guarantee in the astrology is like looking at that. And that's what helps with Pluto and Aquarius is it's about who you know, but that Pluto is the secret part. Like it's the resume of who you are in society. So, you're Sons of American Revolution in a time about liberty. Your line fought for freedom. And you're fighting for freedom because a liberal that is got that won't sign up for it. They'll feel like, no, we were bad. We took the land. No, we took the land from the English. Nobody wants to talk about that. It's the English that took the land. The Mayflower made a treaty for 50 years, right, with the Native Americans. So there was actually an agreement. It wasn't like they just took it. My 12th great grandfather Isaac Allerton made the deal. 50 years. So there's lies spewed everywhere, but the biggest lie is that, America stole the land at the beginning. No, the English did, and we took the land from the English in a war. Americans didn't steal the land. But nobody's ready to go deep. Nobody's ready to go there. No, and then that's how, but that's the Pluto Aquarius thing is like, oh, you don't have any connections to anything, but that's the line of bullshit. To explore the world of Aquarius, you have to explore the world of Leo. The world of Leo is blood. Where's your blood from? Not your skin. And what did it do? And who's it connected to? That's where Leo. Why do monarchs have power, or why do people get mad because of bloodlines? It's because of like the big shit they do. It's not nepotism. Because you'll always see like the like, you know, Martin Sheen, for example, like his son Charlie Sheen, that's nepotism, right? And he's been one of the biggest actors, but then he didn't take it too seriously and he got all tiger blood and he ended up getting HIV from fucking trannies while smoking crack in Vegas and paying every girl $20,000 to watch him fuck a tranny. That's nepotism. Martin Sheen didn't do that. So just because you have the bloodline doesn't mean you're automatically in. It's the little things you do. It's the little places that you set those things off. Like, do you really think King George or even like General Cornwallis would have taken George Washington seriously unless he was a British captain in the British Army during the French Indian War? No. It would have been like, who's this person? You got a fucking colonial up here mounted on a horse saying that they're the commander? But, you know, where like Emerson comes in, even though that was later, but like the idea of the English way of how to be, and that's not going to go away. It's the same things and patterns through pharaohs or in Greece or in America or in the EU. So just don't, I think that the warning is like, the side of morality is not the side that you might think. True morality is going to be where it's doing things that are fucking like literally immoral, not sensitively morally questionable. Like not helping a homeless person who's asking for money is a good example. That's not something to fight for. They probably are going to go get drugs. But, you know, forcing a vaccination on people and then saying, you know, you need to get it and I won't talk to you and I won't be your friend, and even knowing that people are dying and then denying that people are dying, that's immoral. So those hills that are going to be built are going to be hard for people because that it's going to be easy if you get it, but it's going to be hard for a lot of people because they're going to be like, yeah, but the trans kids, like those kids are not, kids don't even know yet what's the fuck's going on. And that means that they were coerced because as a father and as a mother, I'm sure, you know, we're the ones who teach our kids what life is like. You're the one bringing that soul in. It's not your soul. It's God's soul. And so those trans kids are not thinking of this shit on their own. The parents, right? So we choose the shows they watch. We choose the books they read. Those aren't trans kids. Those are tranny loving parents forcing their kid to be a trans. This is the most immoral thing that's ever happened. And the last time that happened 2,000 years ago was the end of a civilization. That's some history. We'll end there.
And on that happy note.
And I have nothing against trans people.
Well, I think it's
about the grooming parents and the forcing of kids.
Well, everybody, thank you for being here tonight.
Yep. And if you're going to complain about what bathroom you have to use, that's not an immoral thing as far as like not caring, because that might be insensitive, but that's not immoral. It's kind of like the girl who's really drunk at a bar, who's throwing up and she's cheating on her boyfriend, but she's asking for help because she has to throw up. Do you have to give her help? No. You're not loss of compassion in a moment like that. You know when it's a homeless person that's not really homeless. Because a lot of people are liars that try to use, you're going to see who's using the sensitive moral thing to suck you in to get something from you. So that's a good one. It was fun. It was a long show.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And we'll see you on High Vibe, and we'll see you on the next one. We're every other week.
Yep.
Give us ideas in the comments where you want us to go, but this is going to get wild. We're one more show in, and then the next show will be around Neptune Aries. So, adios. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Yo. Okay.
Attention, please.